Welcome to our MAV TV presentation of the West Coast Stock Car and Motorsports Hall of Fame, a combined 2020 and 2021 class encompassing 20 race car drivers and people that were influential for West Coast motorsports. We have everyone from Le Mans and Daytona down to San Jose Speedway and everywhere in between. Trans Am champions, Silver Crown champions, Indianapolis racers, car owners, and crew chiefs all represented in this 20-person class. We've heard from a few of these inductees and presenters earlier this evening, and we are ready for a tremendous banquet here from the Meritage Resort in Napa, California on the Sonoma Cup Series weekend. We can't wait to bring you this awesome class, 20 inductees here for the 2020 and 2021 West Coast Stock Car and Motorsports Hall of Fame. And it's all coming up next here on MAV TV.
I just want to cry.
Huh?
What's happening, bro?
Good, boss. How you doing?
Good.
Good, good.
Nerves.
Hors d'oeuvres. Give me some protein. Bump the bro. Hors d'oeuvres.
Seven's front row.
Yeah, Grandpa's already said. I got him taken care of.
I think it's not this table, but the next one. I think.
Thank you. That should help. Maybe we can get in the 6s. That'll help us. Okay, let's try back to the 7s there. Here, try right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin in just about 2 minutes, okay? Want to make sure that's a 2-minute warning to our crew with cameras and microphones and recording for our Napa TV show and all of our folks that will be making presentations. is everybody tonight? I'm Ralph Sheheen, owner and president of Speed Sport. On behalf of myself and the rest of the board of directors, I would like to welcome you to the 2020 and 2021 West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame induction dinner presented by Worldwide Technologies Raceway. Yes, that's right. You heard me correct. You lucky, lucky people get not one, but two induction ceremonies in one dinner here tonight. Well, but wait, there's even more. Yes, we have a lot more. We have packed more Ken Clapp into this evening's program than ever before. I think I just got fired for that one. Unfortunately, due to all the craziness that we all lived through for the last year and a half, we were forced to postpone last year's event. Sadly, it also means that some of the folks we hoped would join us here tonight in person at this year's induction dinner couldn't be here with us in the room. However, we do have a few really cool surprises to make up for their absence. And if nothing else, we'll just bring Ken back up to the stage one more time. So let's not waste any more time, because I know we have a really big weekend. Everybody's looking forward to getting out to the races at Sonoma Raceway this weekend. So we want to get through the introductions and the inductions as quick as we can here tonight to get everybody home, get a good night's sleep, and be fresh and ready for the races tomorrow. Okay? Sound like a good time? Okay. So let's begin by bringing up the man who is the chairman of the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame, Mr. Ken Clapp. And the great thing about this, I get to throw him a curveball right off the bat. Well, this plaque is for the fact that tonight is the 20th anniversary of our induction dinners. How about that? For many of us in this room, this man is not just a friend, but he's been a mentor, and he has done a lot. Well, let's face it, he's done just about everything for racing, not just stock car racing, but racing here up and down the West Coast of the United States. And the board of directors got together, and even though this Hall of Fame of ours is without a doubt Mr. Clapp's legacy, we wanted him to know we're proud to be your friends. Thank you. I'll go put this over the table for you.
Thank you, Ralph, and the board of directors, and one and all. What Ralph meant when he said that I was going to be up here, some of you know I made a pact years ago I would not present anymore. Well, because of the COVID and some dear friends, I'm going to be up here so much you're never going to want to see me again. But that pain will be delivered just shortly. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us tonight. I know it was difficult for some under current conditions in our country today, but we appreciate it. The inductees from 2 years of voting are truly people that have gone above and beyond in our sport. Different types of racing, but they've excelled. Some maybe not as famous as others. Nevertheless, they made huge contributions during their careers. And I was looking at the list, wondering if there was anybody I didn't know. And there were several I didn't know very well, but I certainly knew of them. So I think the executive voting committee did a good job, and I love who we're inducting tonight. I want to thank all of our contributors. By the end of this year, over the period of 5 years, we will have given just change over $600,000 to charities. My goal is by the end of 2025 to reach 1 million, and we may just get there faster than, well, I'm being realistic. I'm going to recognize several people and friends that have gone way, way above and beyond in supporting the Hall. In all cases, they're wonderful friends. About 9 or 10 years ago, I was down in North Carolina, and I met a gentleman who he and his family were flying back from, I think, the Bahamas. But anyway, the weather was bad, and the pilot, they were headed for St. Louis, and he suggested they not go any further. So we had a NASCAR, it was a seminar going on at that time, and I met this gentleman, and I had no idea. We all meet a lot of people, but he's become a truly loved friend, as has his family, and that's Mr. Curtis Francois and his wife Amy, the owner of Worldwide Technology Gateway in St. Louis. The Meritage has given us several directors of special events that have made life so much easier and better for certainly myself and my staff of friends. And without them, we couldn't do this dinner. It would be impossible. I'd like to thank the former director of special events, Elise Pack, and the new director, who I've only met her last night. And, her name is Amy Axelrod. She knows what she's doing. She's fun to work with, and she's made this nice for all of us. Ralph already acknowledged the board of directors. I'm not going to go through name by name, but I appreciate their participation and their involvement very much. I thank you, the entire board. I am going to mention several people in particular that have just been by my side and really gone above and beyond. Longtime friend Richard Spencer. Longtime friend, all of them are longtime friends. Owen Kearns, Kenny Shepard, who puts the whole MAV TV production together tonight, and also is a very close friend. Ralph Sheheen, our master of ceremonies. Tommy Hunt, and 4 of my favorite ladies in the whole world, Christy Leader, Melissa Blyer, Jennifer Winsel, and Becky McBride. If I missed anyone, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little forgetful these days. As we enter the beginning of our 3rd decade, the Hall will only grow and continue to honor those in motorsports that have gone above and beyond. Again, thank you one and all. Have a wonderful evening with good health going forward, and I'll be back up here again. Okay. At this time, I'd like to ask Carlos Rivera to come forward. Carlos Vieira, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Carlos, would you join me? I want to tell you a little bit about my friendship with Carlos real briefly. We met about 12, 13 years ago, and we hadn't been together 5 minutes, and I knew I had a new friend. I liked him. He's kind of a rough-looking guy. I knew a little bit about him, but we've become really good friends. He and his wife, Asia, terrific people. Carlos wrote a book that's on each table, Knocking Doors Down. He's going to tell you about that, why, what our aspirations are for the future going forward. I am extremely supportive of what he's done and is doing and plans to continue doing for many, many years to come. Carlos Vieira.
Thank you, Ken. Well, good evening, everyone. All right, so I want to start off by congratulating everyone that will be entered tonight into the West Coast Hall of Fame. It is truly an accomplishment. I have been coming to this event for many years, and I've witnessed the growth of the hard work that Ken Clapp has put into this organization and into the wonderful dinner event tonight. I want to say it is a pleasure to be part of tonight's celebration and to be associated with so many great people. For those who don't know me, my name is Carlos Vieira. I was born in Brazil, but immigrated to California with my family at the age of only 10 months. I grew up working for A.V. Thomas Produce, a family-owned business since 1960. I am now running the family business, and we are the largest grower, packer, and shipper of sweet potatoes in the United States. I am also the creator of the lifestyle brand 5150, founder of the Carlos Vieira Foundation, owner of KDD Media Company, and author of my autobiography, Knocking Doors Down, and a car racer, racing car number 51 at different tracks and series here on the West Coast. Thank you. My racing career started when I was 35 years old. At that time, I had no experience in racing, and I had no idea even how to begin. But what I did have was a big desire for change. I needed something that would fulfill the missing piece in my life that could help create a long-lasting and positive change that I desperately needed. I needed something that would challenge me the same way when I played high school sports, something that was built on teamwork and dedication. I needed this because I was struggling with 13 years of drug addiction, and I was coming off one of my worst binges ever. The very next day after my final binge, I promised myself that I would figure out what was needed to do that, to never go back to using drugs. This is when I decided to introduce racing into my life and to finally live my childhood dream. Long story short, I stand here today with 14 years without drugs, and I have to say, without a doubt, racing saved my life. What is Knocking Doors Down? Yes, Knocking Doors Down is a title of my autobiography, primarily because of the specific chapter in my book called The Night. It is also the name of a podcast that I created after launching my book, a podcast to help motivate, inspire others by having people share their stories about overcoming adversity and also about never giving up. To believe that there is always hope and to keep trying no matter what their struggles might be. When someone has gone through addiction and has tried to stop using drugs, it sometimes feels impossible to believe that they will ever find a way to stop, especially after going in and out of rehabs, being arrested multiple times, and losing the trust of loved ones, like what happened to me. It is important to know you have options. Despite the fact that you may have walked through many doors that led to nowhere, sometimes all it takes is to find the right door, even though you may need to knock it down to get through. Racing provided me the motivation to start my foundation and my inspiration for everything 5150. Soon after I started racing, my foundation was formed because I saw an opportunity to utilize my race team to fundraise and donate the money for people in need. I did not just want to spend my time and money racing. I wanted to do more with my life. I wanted to give back to others. Maybe I felt the need to give back because of the fact that so many people tried to help me when I was dealing with my addiction. Maybe it's because I feel blessed with being able to overcome my addiction and for the opportunities that God has given me. Whichever the case may be, my foundation now has grown to the point where we have 3 campaigns: Race for Autism, Race to be Drug-Free, and Race to End the Stigma. We raise money and support families in 21 counties throughout the California Central Valley through our grant programs, our scholarships, and our after-school programs. All this is possible because of our yearly fundraising events, our generous donors, our volunteers, and the lifestyle brand 5150. 5150 is all about believing in yourself, succeeding in life, but always helping people along the way. You can learn more about what we do by visiting our websites, the CarlosVieiraFoundation.org, KDDMediaCompany.com, and 5150LTM.com. One last thing before I go. We have placed on each table a copy of my autobiography. I hope that one of you will take it home and learn about my story. That is meant to motivate, inspire anyone that is wanting to overcome any struggle in life. Maybe it's not you that needs motivation, inspiration. Maybe it is someone in your life that needs to believe that there is hope. Either way, it is a great read that I am sure you will enjoy. Also, please take a moment to check out our podcast, where we regularly have celebrities and everyday folks telling their stories in hopes it will help others. My book is also available on our websites, and on Amazon. All sales are 100% donated to my foundation to help our Race to Be Drug-Free campaign. Please spread the word. And now it is a great honor to present this year's Knocking Doors Down Philanthropist of the Year to Mike Curb. To accept his award on Mike's behalf, please welcome back Ken Clapp.
Weighs about 40 pounds. Thank you, Carlos. I just want to make one more remark. I and the Hall of Fame are extremely supportive of Carlos's efforts. As those who have known me any period of time know, or maybe remember, 16 years ago I lost a daughter to drugs. So that even gives us more motive. And I know I'm not alone. Others have too. But he's doing some good things. Thank you. On behalf of Mike Curb, the former Lieutenant Governor of California, the founder of Curb Records, the youngest president of a Fortune 500 company in America at 21, Mike asked me if I would make those remarks and say thank you to Carlos, his team, and go forward. This will be an annual award, and I can only say thank you to Carlos Vieira and his family and their efforts. Thank you very much. On behalf of Mike Curb, I do accept this for Mike, and I don't know how we're going to ship it, because it sure is heavy, but we're going to ship it. Thank you.
Let's get a picture.
I want to say hello to all my friends in California, all my friends at the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame. I am so proud to be a member, and I'm so proud to receive this award. The Philanthropist of the Year, if I can pronounce it, is an award that I'm really proud of, and Carlos Vieira has been such an outstanding example of overcoming drugs, overcoming addiction. It's an issue that I've dealt with for years. I never had it myself, but so many friends of mine have suffered from that, and particularly in my industry, lost so many lives. And so what Jason is doing with the foundation, knocking doors down, I mean, I don't know what can be more important than a foundation that's dedicated to eradicating drug addiction. And then the example of Carlos 35 years of age, being going in and driving a race car. I wish I could do that. You know, I may have had the talent to be a car owner, but definitely not the talent to be a driver or to build engines. But I really found being a partner, like for years we entered cars. Now I've had a lifetime partner with Keough and I've had lifetime friends. Ken Clapp. If you have Ken Clapp as a friend, that's all you need. But if you have Keough as a partner, that's about all you need too, because I had such a long relationship with Keough and his family, going back to J.C. Agajanian, who was really the inspiration for the whole Curb Agajanian team. But I just think about partners. I mean, we entered cars for so many years in the Indianapolis 500, and then maybe 30, 40 years, and then all of a sudden, about 11 or 12 years ago, we got into a partnership with Brian Herta and a technical partnership with Andretti. And look what's happened. We won the 100th race there, the 100th anniversary with Dan Weldon, and then the 100th race just a few years later with Alexander Rossi. And then obviously Marco Andretti sitting on the pole last year, and now Colton Herta in the car now. I mean, he's already won at St. Pete this year. So this is pretty exciting. But all of our partners, in addition to Brian Herta, our NASCAR partnerships with Phil Parsons over the years, our victory with Richard Petty back in 1984, the 200th victory for Richard Petty, which was so significant. Even back during the Osterlund years, when we had the Mike Kerr Productions car that won the championship with Dale Earnhardt, who would have believed that was Richter, Bill France Jr. When they tell you ought to do something, you don't have a choice. I said, I can't do it. They said, yes, you can. I said, well, that time I was serving as lieutenant governor. I think I was actually the acting governor at the time. And they said, you got to do this. And then we won that wonderful championship with Earnhardt. But Keith Kunz, what a partner in USAC. I mean, winning all those championships. Kyle Larson and the Chili Bowl, my goodness sakes. I think we had 11 victories in a row. Once again, drivers like Kevin Swindell, Sammy Swindell, Brian Clausen, Grigor Brew, Christopher Bell. I mean, all these young drivers that have come through the program, winning championships. Logan Seavey recently, and Buddy Kofi now. I mean, look what he's doing. I mean, I'm really excited about our partnerships. And over 40 victories with Brian Clausen, who we will never, ever forget. And just in the last few years, being part of a wonderful relationship that we've had. It's Michael Shank and IMSA winning the 24 Hours of Daytona. Obviously, and of course, how do you get a better partner than Bill McAnally? I mean, Bill McAnally, we won championships out on West with Bill. Tony Stewart, our World of Outlaws partner. I mean, what a wonderful thing that has been with Donnie Schatz and all the championships, and Casey Kane, our partnership there, and, the championships and Knoxville Nationals with Brad Sweet, victories in USAC and in World of Outlaws, and our partnership with Thorsport, many victories with Johnny Sauter, I think at least 10, including Talladega, Daytona, and just last year with Grant Enfinger winning Daytona and several other races. It's been very, very exciting. And Michael McDowell, having the relationship with him for so many years, and just a wonderful person to work with. And Kerry and I had the opportunity to be part of the record-setting year where Dave Darling set the all-time record in USAC sprint car victories, and we're sure wishing him well. He's had a little bit of a health setback, but we're wishing him well. And wow, what a run that's been. What an exciting time. And I don't know where to stop or start with our great partners, but I think I've mentioned, got the point across, which is partnerships are important. And I am so proud of our partnership and to be a member of the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame. And I'm so proud of our relationships now. And so proud to be associated with Carlos and Jason, what they're doing with the foundation. And most of all, to say hello to all my friends, thank you so much. I'm so proud to win this award.
That was Mike Kerr. I also wanted to say real quick before we move on, congratulations, Carlos, on getting your first one in Madera Speedway. Way to go. That's amazing. All that effort, and it culminates with a checkered flag. That is fantastic. Great to see. I need to take 2 seconds for my own, literally my own. This is my lovely daughter, Olivia, who is presenting awards tonight. She has never done that before, ever. She just graduated from high school. She's going to be going to the Savannah College of Art and Design, school she dreamed of going to in the fall. But the great thing is, the first thing I did when she came downstairs was I introduced her to Linda Vaughn, so we got it all covered. And then the one that's eating me out of house and home over here is my son, Lucas. And he's never done this before either. So he's going to hand trophies over to his big sister, and as long as they don't get in a fight, we should be okay. Speaking of Miss Linda Vaughn, let me please bring back to the stage one more time Mr. Ken Clapp so that we can bring up the lovely Linda Vaughn. Ken? Oh. I'm just going to get you a chair up here, buddy, because I think you're going to spend some time up here.
This is very special to me. 52 years ago, and I was asked not to say that, but we got to get it right. I was the vice president of Sears Point Raceway, and we had an all-funny car meet in the late into the almost winter of 1969. I'd met Linda. Didn't know her, made an arrangement for her to come up and be a part of the whole weekend. Even then, I looked upon her as the most outstanding lady in motorsports for the image that she gave it of fun, wholesome. She just didn't leave anything out. So she came into my office on Friday. I invited her to sit down. I was very nervous, and she was gorgeous. On a 1 to 10 on a cold, chilly night, she was a 20. So I asked her what she was doing for dinner. She said, "I don't have any plans at all." I said, "Well, how would you like to go to San Francisco?" She said, "I'd love to." So I picked her up at her hotel. And we went to a famous old San Francisco restaurant called the La Trois, which in those days was probably the nicest restaurant in San Francisco. We sat down, and we were getting to know each other. And I looked across the dining room, and there was a guy sitting there smiling, looking at me. And I thought, well, that's Johnny Cadwell, a guy I'd gone to high school with. So we went ahead and finished our meal. So did Johnny Cadwell and his wife, who was his high school sweetheart, who I also knew. And when they got done, they came over to our table. And I introduced them. And Linda, as always, was totally gracious and just very special lady. So anyway, we completed our meal, dropped her back off up at her hotel in San Rafael, and headed for wherever I was that night. I don't even remember. But the next summer, in June, we had a high school class reunion. And John Cadwell, who'd been quite a football player in his day, and actually had played for Texas pro ball at the time and got hurt the very first year. But anyway, so he was at the microphone, and he was kind of complimenting people that had lived the dream, accomplished what they wanted to, were contributing to some sort of our society in life. So he said, well, I kept the best for last. Ken Clapp, he's living the dream, as all that know him remember. He loved cars, he loved parties, he loved pretty girls. He got caught going around the football field in a stock car that he was taking care of for a guy, which Herschel McGriff had driven. And people remembered. He said, but that's all irrelevant. None of it means anything. What does mean something is he's the only guy I've ever known dating Dolly Parton. Linda, please come join us.
Well, Dolly Parton and I drank from the same well. I just want y'all to know. I'm from 40 miles from where Dolly was born. I'm born in Dalton, Georgia, her up in Tennessee. But I just wanted to say Ken Clapp made a dream come true because his wife approved of me going to dinner with him that night. We were great friends because we put our heads together and came up with a lot of promotions. I'm very honored to accept this award tonight because Ken Clapp deserves a big round of applause for what he's done for the West Coast racing. Yes. Of course, he ain't paying a bit of attention to me, but I want to congratulate all the winners, and I'm very honored and very privileged and proud to be here. I was a little under the weather for a while, but when the doctor operated on me in the hospital, they thought I was out, and when he got into me, he says, "Those are real." I go, "Yes, sir, they are." But my heart's bigger than the rest of me, and everybody's so wonderful, and I'm so proud to accept this award. And thank you, Ken Clapp, and your family, and God bless your daughter in heaven. And let's all work hard, keep the West Coast going, and congratulations to all you folks out there. Thank you very much. Thank Jim Williams and Golden State Foods for getting us that jet to bring us up here because we almost missed tonight. Thank you, Jim Williams, and your friends and your company. Judy, Mike, Jimmy, thank you very much.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
But I'm not getting married. Thank you, Ken. Thank you very much. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for all you guys shifting my gears for all these years. Don't take my feet. I took my shoes off. Just don't get the feet.
Special folks. Special folks. Okay, Ken, take a break. All right. Well, next up, I'd like to call to the stage a man who was inducted into our Hall of Fame back in 2015. Please welcome Mr. Jim Williams.
I have the pleasure of accepting the reward for Rick, who's one of the nicest guys in the world, one of the toughest guys in the world. Some of you have known Rick for years, and I had the good fortune of being involved with him. He's a real gentleman, tough. I'm going to tell you a 1-minute story. in the late 80s, after Rick got hurt, Roger called. He says, come down to Phoenix. We're going to have a test. Went down to Phoenix, and who was there but Rick Mears? They carried him, put him in the car. This is after his bad foot injuries. Went out, fired it up, killed the motor, fired it up again, went around, made about 5 or 6 laps, came back in, and I think the comment was, it needs some wing. And Roger looked at me and smiled and winked, and I thought, now that's a racer. So I couldn't tell it any better than that. And when I brought Linda up here today, somebody told me Dolly Parton was going to be on the airplane, and it turned out to be Linda.
Unfortunately, Rick was unable to join us here tonight, but we do have a video, I believe, from Rick.
We were at in California, in Bakersfield was a great location for what we did growing up. And, you know, as we started into the off-road thing, and, you know, Mom and Dad had a couple motorcycles, and they used to take my brother and I when we were little and get on the back of the bikes with them and go for rides and everything. And then as we started getting a little older and ended up getting a little motorcycle 50cc bike to play with out in the foothills, and Dad would take me out in the foothills, and I'd ride the motorcycle all over the place. Or when we ended up getting a little place over at the coast in Morro Bay area, is where we started playing in the sand dunes and started getting into the dune buggies. And you know, it became where we were always playing with something with wheels on it. So, which obviously is going to turn into being competitive somehow. And so then eventually we, you know, started getting more interested in racing, and my brother and I, and my brother started doing some stuff eventually in some stock cars, and I finally convinced Mom and Dad to let me start racing motorcycles. And being where we were located in California, it was so central to everything we needed. You know, we could be in LA in an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours. We could be in Northern California in 3 hours. We could be at the coast in 2 hours. We'd be in the snow in an hour, and the desert in an hour and a half. And it covered all the bases. And for what we were doing is for family recreation, and it really couldn't have been a better place. I was gathering all this different experience, and then I got, you know, Formula V came by, an opportunity to drive a Formula V and get my pavement license. And you know, that next year we qualified in the Formula V, and finished third in the V, and I won the Super V Series, which qualified both classes to go to the Atlanta runoffs. This was all happening so fast, these opportunities. And while that season was taking place and we were qualifying to go to Atlanta, I was still running sprint buggies, desert, Pikes Peak hill climb, in between everything. And got an offer through Simpson to start running Formula 5000 and/or IndyCar. And then as it turned out, I got the IndyCar opportunity, and one of the first races in that was on the same weekend as the runoffs in Atlanta, so I never got to do those. But that's just how quickly it all took place. And again, you know, because of location, being in California and having access to all those different disciplines throughout California, it created that ladder for me without me trying to do it. But again, looking back, I think one of the things that helped is because that's not where I was trying to go. That was way out of my league as far as I was concerned. And but that allowed me to focus on what I was doing, which created the results that created that opportunity. You know, the Mears gang, really, you know, kind of the way that came about was when we started racing the sprint buggies at Ascot Park in LA, which I found out later was Mom's idea to get me off the bikes, but I don't think she realized it was leading to 200-mile-an-hour cars at the time. But so we built one and started running them. But it, you know, as we started going down to Ascot and racing, like again, it was a family sport, and these races were during the week. They were like on Tuesday nights for a season or two, and Wednesday nights. And so we'd work in construction during the day, you know, at home, and work on the cars in the garage at night, and then load up and go to Ascot after work, and then drive all night home to turn around and go to work the next morning. And so when we started doing that, you know, friends that would come over to the house and help us work on the cars, and acquaintances we'd had through the desert and just, playing in the sand dunes and everything else, they started going to the races with us. And it's very addictive, racing is. Once it gets into your blood, it's hard to get away from. So we'd take somebody for the first time to Ascot, and they'd fall in love with it. We'd go back to Bakersfield that night. The next week, they'd take some friends. And pretty soon it seemed like we had half of Bakersfield showing up at Ascot to the races. And so that large group of people that would come out of Bakersfield and go into LA for the race, they started calling us the Mears Gang. And that's kind of how it got started. And then my brother took it and did the original Mears Gang design, and started, we had some stickers made and started doing some T-shirts and that kind of thing with it. And Dad kind of took care of all that stuff. But that's really where it all started coming together, was just friends and family going to the races, and it just kept growing. Oh, it's a great honor, to be inducted into the West Coast Hall of Fame. It's just, growing up in California and California being home, and I'm very sorry I can't be there in person, but it's a hell of an honor, to be in that category and to be included in that. To be the 7th Indy 500 winner, to be included in this. Again, going back to, I never dreamed of going to Indy, let alone winning Indy, and to be included with, all the other winners in this is just a huge honor for me, and it shows the strength of California.
If you get the chance to get to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway between now and March 22nd, there is an amazing exhibit inside the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum entitled Rocket Rick Mears. I saw it just last weekend while I was in Indianapolis for the 500, and it is well worth the time. I'd like to bring back, here he comes, look at that. Ken Clapp, ladies and gentlemen.
Ralph, this is Dick Atkins, right? Harry? Okay. Thank you. Oh, this is a fun one for me. I'm honored to be able to induct our next honoree. Nearly 50 years ago, I was wandering through the pits at the Stockton 99 Speedway. Little did I have any idea I'd ever own it or have anything to do with it. I didn't own anything. I didn't have anything. I came across a husky, handsome guy with a mustache. He looked like a good guy, had a nice-looking Chevy Chevelle, as I recall, stock car, of course. I stopped and said hello. We introduced ourselves. Today, we still are good friends, as well as his entire family. His name is Harry Boletto. To me, Harry is the stock car godfather in the San Joaquin Valley. He's got thank you. He's got an incredible record over his career. It just seems to never stop. He was a fabulous ambassador of the sport. No matter how wrong I might have been later on in my career with a call or something, he was always next to me. Even if there's 7 or 8 guys going to kill me, he was my buddy, and not a good guy to mess with, I will say. Today, neither one of us could defend ourselves, but anyway, he ran stock cars for about 40 years. I may be a little bit off on that, but that's about right. At many, many tracks up and down Central California and over to San Jose and so on. But he was good. 15 times he was a podium for the season efforts, top 3, 15 times in point standings. His total feature event wins, as far as we could determine, were 122. As I already said, he was a fabulous image for the sport. He even played a partial season for the Oakland Raiders before getting hurt. So he was a good athlete. From a very personal standpoint, just one of those friendships that's never going to go away. We're always going to be friends. And I'd like to ask Harry to come on forward now and say a few words. And he doesn't love being a public speaker. We don't expect him to say too much, but I'm proud to be his friend, and I'm proud to induct him into the Hall of Fame this year. Thank you.
Here's your ring, Harry. And we have a lovely trophy for you here. We'll put this on the table. There you go, sir. And here's a microphone. There you go.
The microphone I don't like, but I'll go ahead and thank everybody here for inducting me into the Hall of Fame, which this is a great honor on my part. At no time when I saw Ken clap the very first time that I ever thought that I would be here being introduced by him for this honor. I want to thank all the people that inducted me into this, because I hear it was a unanimous vote. I want to thank my family, starting at my dad and mom, which are not with us anymore, but all of the Boletos, including my wife at the top of the list, my son, Rick, which was my crew trip through all of this, and my other two sons that were excellent racers in their own way. My daughter, which was a good spectator, let's put it that way, and Monday morning quarterback. I want to thank everybody. A few people in my life I'm sure I have missed, but Bob Weiss, all the people at my table that are sitting here, and all the tables that we have are all friends of mine and good, close friends. And thank you again, Ken Clapp, for this honor.
Thank you, Harry, for everything. It's good to have good friends. Where'd you put your ring? Did you try it on? Oh, that's all right. It'll look good.
Well, next I'd like to bring up to the stage a legendary voice up and down the coast of California, a voice I'm sure many of you have heard on numerous occasions at many sprint car races, specifically throughout California and the West Coast. We've had the pleasure of sharing many a microphone together over the years. Please welcome my good buddy, Bobby Gerald.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be with all of you here tonight. I'm really honored to be presenting the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame Heritage Award to Howard Kading, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you know Howard by his nickname, the Campbell Comet. He won 136 feature events at San Jose Speedway, if you can believe that or not. That's number one all time. 113 of those came on the pavement. The rest of the wins came at the Fairgrounds dirt track there at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. He was a three-time California State NASCAR Super Modified champion. He was a 1970 and 71 Clovis Speedway champion. 2 times the San Jose Speedway champion in 73 and 74, and a 4-time winner of the prestigious Johnny Key Classic. But Howard didn't just win races and championships. Howard Kading dominated races. Along with his brother Herb, Howard was on the cutting edge of technology right from the beginning, be it a speed-up kit for the steering box or utilizing chromoly tubing, which was lighter than what everybody else was utilizing at the time. Howard understood the harmony between the work and preparation that you do in the shop versus smart driving on Saturday night at the racetrack. And maybe that's why he won 17 feature events in a row from the back of the pack. Now stop and think about that just for a second. Let's say you're a race fan and it's getting hot in July because that's the time when Howard seemed to do his best work, right when the weather really started to heat up. And you go to the racetrack and that first week in July and you see Howard get the feature event win. You come back the next week, the next Saturday night, and he wins again. Maybe that third week, you miss the race. So what do? You get your Speed Sport, right, Ralph? You get your Speed Sport, and you check it out, and you're like, San Jose Speedway. Man, Howard Kading won again. That's 3 in a row. Now we've got something rolling here, right? So now I have to go check this out next week and see if he can do it again. So you go to that 4th race in July, and he wins that. You go to all the races in August, he wins all those. So now we've got 8 in a row. And then it's a busy week, or a busy month of September. They have 9 races scheduled there in San Jose. And wouldn't you know, Howard Kading won all those too. So 17 races in a row. Can you imagine that? Give it up for that. And he did all that starting last. Yeah, so put that in your pipe and think about that. From the back, that's where all the high point guys and the fast guys started. In 1973, he won the Golden State Classic, and that was a special event that combined roadsters and sprint cars and super modifieds in open competition, and they raced on pavement and dirt, and he was able to come away with the championship of that series. Howard Kading truly is a racer's racer. Of course, without Howard, there'd be no Sandy or Kim, his daughters, no Joel, a wizard with the wrench, who was the crew chief for Howard at the Santa Clara Fairgrounds when he was racing on dirt. And then Joel was also the crew chief for his brother Brent when Brent first started out his racing career. Of course, Brent went on to become the winningest driver in the history of the Northern Auto Racing Club and the Golden State Challenge, and he's a member of the National Sprint Car Hall of Fame. And now Howard's grandsons, Adam, who's here with us tonight, and Bud, who's here with us tonight, and also Tim, are making strides in their racing career. Adam kind of just starting out, and Bud and Tim all already very accomplished and most likely on their way to the National Sprint Car Hall of Fame before it's all said and done. But of course, it all starts with Howard, and tomorrow at Sonoma Raceway, there'll be a car driven by Ben Rhodes that you'll see Kading Performance on, and that is in tribute to the legacy and career of Howard Kading. It is an honor, truly an honor, that the Kading family asked me to present tonight's Heritage Award for the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame to the Campbell Comet, Howard Kading.
I'd like to ask Bud Kading come up here for a second, and I'd like to tell the rest of you, Ken Takeuchi is the guy I first think about at racetrack when I go there, because he was such a good announcer, and I came here to his affair, and geez, what a great guy in our life. And just like him, all my friends that's here tonight, what's made my life is everybody around me. I always said I was too dumb to do anything, but I had enough smart people around to help me. And I want to God bless everybody for coming tonight. And I've liked stories, I could tell them forever. My kids tell me, sometimes don't you get tired of telling them? And I says, no, it's like reliving them again, like you're living a great another night of adventures, but there's more sad stories than there are good ones. but they don't make any difference after you've done the good. Did Bud come up here? Here's my speaker. Sometime I'm getting up to the stage that I'm getting closer to down the road. My next birthday, I'll be 89. And I'm getting to feel it a little bit better every day. So I'll let Bud say a few things. And I really appreciate what Clapp has done for us. I remember he used to come and tell me, tell me I got to get Brent to go to NASCAR. He's a great driver. And he would have probably, he did go there and done racing, but if you don't have back and then racing, you're not going nowhere. You got to be good and you got to be lucky. And I was more lucky in races. I won 100 lap races I should have lost, and I lost 100 lap races I should have won. And that's the way their career goes around. Your fast time tonight, and you flip over. Next week you win, and you started 10th. And that's what's the great part about racing. You never know what's coming up next. I'll give Bud an opportunity. And I want to thank again all my sponsors my whole life. I got so many guys from my teachers. My boss flew me to Idaho 15 weeks in a row for my job, not fly home and race the weekend and fly back to Idaho. I was up there installing potato peelers. Ones that were machines that were 60 feet long. Anyway, Bud, take it over, because I'll talk all night. Oh, excuse me, one
so
thing.
will I.
Ken Takeuchi always told me, Howard, make it short and sweet. I'm not doing too good at it.
I'll keep it short and sweet, too. Thank you guys all for, obviously, the honor for my grandfather. Whew. Not enough vodka. I got to get over the nervousness. I told my wife that today. That's why you cry. You get nervous.
Hey, this kid won 3 Silver Crown championships in a row and lost the 4th in the last 2 laps of his 4th year winning, and by 2 points.
And look at me now. All great, but thank you guys for honoring him. There's guys in NASCAR, but like guys like him that you're seeing here tonight, they're the pioneers. That's why you're doing what you're doing. Give me a second. Sorry. Need another cocktail and I'll be fine. You just got to laugh at me and I loosen up and then I don't shut up. So don't laugh. No, it's truly an honor for me and my whole family. We've got 2.5 tables of people here tonight, and obviously didn't get to bring everybody, but really cool. Like there's guys like Kurt Busch here that you got to listen to that story. It's tough, and I don't mean this. I'm not crying because I feel bad, but I'm feeling it's super cool. So thank you.
All the wonder people in my life, and all my friends here know it, what really made my life is my wife. She put up with me. Thank you all.
I'm not a crier, really. I'm not a crier. It just happened. I needed another drink. Caught me off guard. I thought we were later. Do I look like I was crying? So what I was trying to say was, thank you for everybody for bringing us in here. This is awesome. Guys like him were the pioneers of the sport. Not a lot of people know that sprint car racing or modified racing out here was NASCAR back in the day, and they don't get the credit for it. Like I listen to NASCAR radio every day on my way to work, and I hear about the modifieds in the Midwest and the East Coast and all this stuff. And guys like my grandfather, Sargents and Pombos. This is 19 NASCAR races in a row. I mean, it is a NASCAR record. I mean, whether you like it or not, it wasn't a stock car race, but it was a NASCAR record. Jesse Love, they said, was the youngest NASCAR champion in history, which is a lie because I won at 16 years old a sprint car championship at San Jose Speedway. It was sanctioned by NASCAR at the time. I got a Winston NASCAR helmet, went to the Opryland Casino. So back then, when we were super recognized by a lot of things, just sad that, the way things are going. But this is look at the amount of people here. We don't get this in California, at least not the last year and a half. So it's my first time here. It's really cool for my grandfather to be honored, especially this late in his career or this late in his life. And, he had a very exceptional career in racing. His car is going to go to the Woodland Auto Museum down in Paso Robles here. So we had that at Knoxville for a little while, but I want to thank Dick Woodland. He's got a great museum down there. If anybody's ever down there, you got to go check that place out. They got some really cool stuff. So thank you guys again. Sorry I fell apart. It kicked in, but thank you again.
Thank you, all lovely people. Thanks for putting up with all of us. And God bless every racer there is in the world.
The Keough family. Northern California's sprint car racing royalty, for sure. And it's really cool to see all the people that have been tied together with that group here tonight. Kevin Pilot's here, Dave Allen's here, Cajun's here, the whole gang is here. So, yeah, it's really cool. What an opportunity. We want to bring up a very successful racer now who's had a great career in his own right, but you probably didn't realize how many times you saw him in action. I want to point out a few opportunities you might have missed. He was in Fast and Furious. He was in Venom. He was in Talladega Nights. He was in Herbie Fully Loaded. And most recently, he was seen in Ford versus Ferrari. You might have noticed a Cobra parked out front. That's his. It's the one he drove in the movie as he was the stunt double for Christian Bale, who was playing the part of the legend Ken Miles. Please welcome Mr. Tony Hunt.
Well, as you know, this is a special one for me. Good evening to everybody. It's great to see a lot of familiar faces out there, and certainly congratulations to all the inductees. I'm so honored to be here tonight to induct a racing hero who was recently portrayed on the silver screen in a story that captured the essence of the man's contributions to an historical period of time and some pivotal moments that defined his epic racing career. On a hot summer day in Southern California, where a famous road course named Willow Springs is weaved around the desert mountainside, I was asked to stunt drive for actor Christian Bale and his character, a man known as Teddy Teabag or Sidebite. I immediately asked the question, why Teddy Teabag or Sidebite? And our stunt coordinator quickly replied, because he liked to enjoy his tea time. I said, okay, well then why Sidebite? Was it because he liked to engineer a car to get more side bite? He said, Nagel paused and replied, he says, no, it's because he spoke out the outside of his mouth with a heavy English accent. Growing up, I knew some of the honoree's legacy, but I immediately began to do my own research on who this man really was. One interesting fact I learned was that in 1961, he won a USAC road racing championship right there at Willow Springs, a feat that I too achieved many years later. Born November 1st, 1918, his fancy for two wheels began at a young age, and by 11, he was riding a 350cc Triumph Trials bike. It wasn't long before a wreck broke his nose and 3 teeth, but he persevered and moved up to the 1100cc motorcycle, because that's what you do. In 1933, he purchased an Austin 7, and during this time, his engineering prowess was realized, and he quit school to become an apprentice. This was the same year that he met his future wife, Molly, and just like that, at the age of 15, his life's path was clearly being defined. After serving in the British Territorial Army in World War II, his racing career began in earnest, first racing at Silverstone on April 23, 1949. While synonymous with Ford, he raced everything from an Austin 7, a Fraser Nash, the MG, a Porsche, and even a car he called the Flying Shingle. His first race win in the United States was in 1953 at Pebble Beach, and he continued to win every race that year with SCCA in an MG. Between 1958 and 63, the trophy count was 38 of 44 races he entered. This led to the swift pickup of Carroll Shelby to test and race the Cobra. His racing record continued to astonish, helping Shelby to the 1964 Constructors title, taking first place with Lloyd Ruby in the Daytona Continental race. Second in the 12 Hours of Sebring with Bruce McLaren, and winning again at Laguna Seca in a Cobra. He and Ruby went on to win the 1966 Daytona 24 Hours for Ford, and the pair also won at Sebring March of that year in a GT40 Roadster. But his greatest triumph and defeat came at Le Mans in 1966. Shelby was ordered to orchestrate a formation finish to trigger a dead heat. With his teammate Denny Hulme in the lead, ahead of the McLaren-Amon duo in second, he slowed down, not realizing that in the event of a dead heat, the qualifying times would be used and McLaren would be declared the winner. That again did not weaken his spirit to want more, and Ford was hungry for another win. That began the J-Car project for the following year. But sadly, on August 18th, 1966, a mechanical failure while testing the J-Car tragically took his life. For me, every day that I walked out of the wardrobe trailer during the filming of Ford versus Ferrari and looked down and saw his name on my suit, my eyes welled up with pride. I knew I wasn't doing it for just a job. I was driving for a purpose, a worthy purpose to honor a man whose passion and talent behind the wheel was an example of a true champion. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so truly honored to induct into the 2021 West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame, Mr. Ken Miles. And Peter, would you come and join me, please? Peter, his son, is here with us tonight.
Thanks so much, folks. You guys are so nice, and I really appreciate this fantastic honor. It really is more than I could ever imagine or think of. So very, very kind, and you guys are just awesome. Thank you so much, and I also say God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Tony.
Okay, so I'm told Tony's next movie is a horror movie, something to do with Macaulay Culkin. Okay. That one's all about a paycheck, I'm taking it. Yeah, okay. All right. Congratulations, Peter. Great to have you here with us tonight. Next, I'd like to bring up the man who is the track president of Madera Speedway, Mr. Kenny Shepard.
Isn't it nice to be here tonight after missing last year? What a cool night to be here with all the special inductees. 2 years in one, like Ralph said. I wouldn't, I guess I get in trouble, but I'm being a little partial to some of the inductees that we got to race with. Car owner Craig Keough, Jim Pettit, and someone especially special to me, one of my racing heroes, Dave Byrd, that I get to induct tonight. Everyone else, congratulations. A little bit about Dave Byrd quickly. In 1962, at the age of 4, Dave Byrd attended his first race. His father took him to the West Capitol Speedway in Sacramento and to see his uncle race, the legendary Johnny Brazil. And Dave's trajectory in his life was pretty much set. 14 years later, fast forward, 1976, Dave made his first start in racing. And I was always interested in the first start from being a race car driver myself and what that experience is. So I asked Dave a few questions about it, and I wanted him to describe what that first start was like. Most of us behind the wheel would probably recognize this or probably repeat what he said. But Dave said it was extremely overwhelming. I'd been going to that track my entire life, but it looked so different when I came out of that pit gate. He said, the guys that I was sitting in the grandstands making fun of for all those years blew right by me. But he said it was extremely humbling, but after the awe of the event wore off, things started to fall in place. And fall in place, what an understatement that was. That was 1976 San Jose pavement track. The following year, in 1977, driving a car for Howard Osterlin, Dave won that championship, so it certainly fell in place. But during that 1977 season, Ken Clapp arranged a meeting for Dave with Rod Osterlin. Had an opportunity to move back east and drive for Rod, but Dave decided not to do so. He wanted to stay there and win that championship. He went on to say that that was probably the worst decision in his life because that was Dale Earnhardt that won the championship in Rod Osterlin's new car. So, in all, Dave won 17 championships, both on dirt and on pavement. To me, he's a real throwback racer, kind of a bridge between the racers of a long time ago and the modern day racers, especially the time frame where Dave was operated and raced in. In those championships, both dirt and asphalt, 17 championship titles, and to me it's so impressive, the different racetracks. I've got a lot of friends that have won a lot of titles at possibly one track, but listen to this list. San Jose Asphalt Championship, San Jose Dirt Championship, Antioch Dirt, Watsonville Dirt, Mesa Marin Asphalt, Stockton 99 Asphalt, and Altamont Asphalt. All championships right there, 17 in all. Plus, Dave won several touring championships, SRL Touring Championship, Tri-Track Touring Championship, but to me, the biggest championship of all that Dave won went clear back to 1983, the NASCAR State Championship and the Pacific Coast Region Championship. Dave was the champion there. And that was in a time frame when it was almost the precursor to me of the Featherlight Southwest Tours days of the 90s. That dirt scene was amazing. It was like a tour. It was so intense. There was A, B, and C mains. And to win your first race, like many of us did, Jim Pettit would probably say the same thing, you'd find yourself racing with Dave Byrd. 1985, I picked up my first win as a rookie. Got up to the front of the pack, and it was Dave Byrd that I had to battle with, and I was so honored to win that race, and Dave was such a gentleman, came over and congratulated me for that. Dave's always been a leader to those that chased him. In 1987, Dave went back to pavement, went down to Mesa Marin to win a championship. And to me, that really set the stage for drivers like Doug McCown, Jim Pettit, Todd Souza, and so many of us that migrated over to what became the thriving 90s of the Southwest Tour, and Dave was a leader in that. But most of all, to me, Dave was known for being a gentleman, just a super nice individual to so many people, and he was so well-liked. I have heard a couple of stories about some rivalries, but he was so well-liked by most. And I'll tell you a story down in Phoenix in the late 90s. Dave was involved in an accident. I believe he was driving for Strausers, and he was involved in an accident in a pretty bad fire. It was pretty ugly, actually, to watch from where our perspective was in the races. And Dave was caught, somehow his seatbelts were caught, and the fire went on and on and on, and it was pretty scary to watch the thing. He was burned. They took him off to the hospital. And after the race was over, a crew member in the pits took Gatorade, was a sponsor of NASCAR. They took this Gatorade jug, big jug that they used to mix the drink in, and went through the pit area, and they proceeded to fill that with cash and with checks. And so a couple days later, I was in Central California close to Dave, so they took it over to our trailer and asked me if I would take it to him. So I took it over to Dave and stuck it in my airplane, put a seatbelt on it, flew it over to San Jose, went over and visited Dave. He's in a bed, bandages all over him. And I wanted to know about Dave, how he was doing. I wanted to relay that to the rest of the racers. Dave didn't want to talk about himself. All he wanted to talk about was how amazing it was and the people that helped him, and he wanted to discuss that. And to me, that was classic Dave Byrd, absolute gentleman. After 5 decades and 17 championships, Dave decided to hang up his helmet in 2018. I asked Dave a few questions again. I'm always interested in what goes on between the ears of us and the race cars. And I asked Dave what he missed most about racing. He said what he missed most was the camaraderie. He had been doing it all of his life, missing the officials, the team members, the interaction with the fans, and just the racing way of life. Then I asked him what he was most proud of in racing. And what he said he was most proud of was putting a smile on people's faces that were so close to him, being able to win races and championships and making other people happy. Well, right now it's our turn to put a smile on Dave's face. It's my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the newest member of the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame, Dave Byrd.
Thank you, everybody. I had to come up here in my socks, or the odds my shoes fell apart at the cocktail party, but it's been a long time since I've been to a banquet, and it's the last time I used them. So anyhow, I want to thank you, Kenny, for the introduction and for being such a great friend. And like Kenny said, when I got burned, he told me that there was guys, they had $5 for lunch, and he says I could tell they were hungry. They had $5, but they all chipped in, and that's what this whole racing community is about. And it's always been that way. Anyway, I told myself I wasn't going to get this way, but there's a lot of people I'd like to thank. And my racing all started probably when I was 4 years old. My Uncle John Brazil raced, and my dad would take me every Saturday to watch John. And then I don't know what it was about the racing deal, but I was hooked. And then when I got 16, I was like, I just want to get out on that track just one time. So a neighbor of mine, Howard Osterlin, he said, well, I'll build your car, but we don't have a car except for your GTO that you take to school. And I said, well, let's just put a cage in that thing, and when I get out of high school, then we'll go race it. So we didn't know how to weld or anything. So Howard built this roll cage out of my sister's swing set and some water pipe. And I drove it to school. The doors were welded up and no windows, and I'd have to hop out the window. Everybody at school thought it was cool. So then that week after I got out of high school, we took it to San Jose, and they inspected it, and they said, this car is barely welded up. Don't bring this thing back unless you get a professional welder to weld it. So we didn't race that weekend, but we went and got some silicone and some liquid steel, and we made those welds look like a professional welded it, painted it, and they were happy as could be. And so that was the start. And we raced the rest of the year and did pretty good. By the end of the year, we finished second in one of the main events, and they ended up having an open comp race at the end of the year, and you had to actually really be teched, and they put us over the scales, and the car ended up being 2,500 pounds because of that swing set material was like tin, and the other cars that we were racing against were 4,000 pounds, so we had a 1,500 pound advantage. We didn't know that, but and I could go on and on. We did some other crazy stuff. But anyway, that was the start. And Howard built me another car for the following year, and we won the championship at the last year they had San Jose Speedway. And that meant a lot to me, just because I grew up at that track. But after that, I raced a couple years by myself, and not too much success. And then two brothers, Bob and Jim Foote, approached me about driving a new car they had built. And so I said yes. It was one thing that's kind of funny, because Jim Pettit's here. We showed up with this beautiful yellow and blue Camaro number 6, and here comes some rookie, yellow and blue number 6, and parks right next to us. And I thought, we need to get that guy to change his number. And Bob says, no, we'll go to number 7 and let that guy have number 6. And but we had a great 25-year run with Bob and Marilyn Foote, and we were a true racing family. We raced 25 years together, sometimes 80 races in a year, a lot of times, 60, 70 times, and we vacationed together and did everything together. And some of the guys that helped me, they stayed with us all 25 years. Jason Morrison, Kevin Daly, John Lefevre, they're here. And then even helped me on other teams after that. So thank you guys very much. And I'd like to thank Howard Osterlin for getting me started too. And a lot of those times we'd race pavement 6 years, and then we'd sell everything and go dirt. And then we'd go back to pavement, then we'd go back to dirt. But I remember one time when things started to get a little bit more expensive, we had to get a really good motor, and we picked up the motor up in Reading, and I said, well, was that motor expensive? And Bob said, that motor cost more than my house when I bought it. And I'm like, holy smokes, no pressure, but we'll make it work. And but thank you, Bob Maryland. You're the very best. And anyway, a couple other people I'd like to thank real quick. Tim and Jackie Gillette, I raced for them for 15 years. And Stockton and Aldemano, we had a lot of success. Ray Miller, Ken Whalen, and hold on, I'm not forgetting anybody here. And Bob Strandwald, who I won the SRL championship with in 2007. That was the last championship we won. But anything, I did a lot of thinking after Ken called, and the whole time, every year that I raced, I felt guilty for having so much fun. And every November, I'd say, you really, really, really need to figure out what you're going to do. And then, as you all know, the following week, you're already working on race cars and racing. And then the next year, through my 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, I kept thinking that. I was like, you really need to go back to school, figure out what you're going to do with your life. And, this is up till a couple of years ago. But when Ken called, I thought, yeah, did the right thing. I hate getting that way, but all I can say is follow your dream. I just wanted to say follow your dreams, and when he called me, it validated that that's always the right thing to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring up Mr. Bruce St. James for our next introduction now.
I'm honored to be here tonight, obviously, with everyone here, some amazing racing heroes. But I want to tell you about my friend and one of my heroes, Billy Wilkerson. Billy Wilkerson won the first race he ever entered. Now, normally, it would be all downhill from there. But it was only the start of a Hall of Fame career as a driver, an owner, a mechanic, and an official. The wins and the championships came fast and furious in a variety of divisions, from jalopies to modifieds, and all over California and Arizona. Billy Wilkerson took up sprint cars at the age of 38, a time when most people were retiring from these fire-breathing, mud-slinging beasts, and quickly won the 1967 and 1970 CRA sprint car titles. Regardless of the series or the car, everyone knew Billy was smooth and fast. A heck of a combination. Billy's upbringing gave us no hint as to the unique talent he would become. Like many of the era, the family packed up from the Midwest and headed out to the coast. A proud veteran who lied about his age, he enlisted at 15 years old. He had to be coerced into talking about his military service, most likely because anytime the word Navy was brought up, Billy's good friend Gail would chime in with, "So did you serve on the Nina, the Pinta, or the Santa Maria?" And it never got old. That joke never got old. Billy would have loved this room. surrounded by people who shared his passion for racing. Some of you he even raced against, and probably beat, looking at his winning percentage. But always the gentleman. There would be no bragging about the championships, the wins, the records, or the who's who's list of drivers he competed with, or those who later drove his perfectly prepared cars. Rather, the memories of a track, a driver, or a race, and the trading of stories. Oh, the stories. Let me tell you about the time Parnelli Jones had Billy and Marvin Porter pre-run Baja for him. As true racers, they immediately began arguing over whose turn it was to drive and whose turn it was to navigate. Of course, this distraction led to a particularly nasty crash. As they waited for the ambulance, the argument continued about who was at fault. As fate would have it, they ended up side by side in a hospital room, and the debate continued as Mexican doctors struggled to understand why the gringos were so angry at each other. The two of them actually spent the rest of their lives laughing and arguing at times over whose fault the accident was. Of course, the only loser in this whole episode was their good friend Parnelli, who was left with broken parts. You can imagine how proud Billy would be to join Parnelli and Marvin in this prestigious Hall of Fame. Whether as a driver or an owner, Billy's cars were always immaculate. You know, it's one thing to have a beautiful race car. It's another thing to have a fast race car. It's something entirely different to have both, especially in an era when cars were unique and you had to fabricate much of them yourself. In 2004, the National Sprint Car Hall of Fame recognized Billy's amazing achievements, and he joined the cream of the crop of the sprint car world. So now, as friends and family celebrate Billy's induction into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you'll please join me in welcoming Billy Wilkerson's life partner, his racing partner, and the first woman to ever grace the pits at the famous Ascot Park, his wife, Ann Wilkerson. Please, Ann.
Congratulations to all of the inductees for 2020 and 2021, and especially the great lady, Linda Vaughn. Lovely to see you. Billy had a great career, as you just heard, and he had so many supportive friends that helped him along the way. Ernie Duncan, Dick Woodland, Marvin Porter, Parnelli Jones, and Ray Sheets, to name a few. In the past couple of weeks, I have been reading histories of prior inductees. Thanks to the great organization for honoring all of our incredible, talented West Coast racers and keeping the memories intact for all of their families and friends of their racing careers. Billy's son, Randy, and daughter, Janie, could not be here tonight, but with me, I have my sons, Dan and Jim Lewis, with their wives, my granddaughter, Kendall, my three beautiful sisters, and my niece, Michelle. And I also have my wonderful friends that I can never thank enough for what they've done for Billy in his career, Dick and Claudia Woodland. Would you all please stand up? like to thank Ken Clapp for everything. He's been so gracious to me. And Bruce St. James, you are the best at what you do. So thank you, and have a great evening.
I'll stand on one side. How's that?
Next, I'd like to bring up to the stage for our next presentation, a man who was inducted into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame in 2011, Mr. Owen Kearns.
As a winner in 3 of USAC's national divisions and the 1993 Silver Crown champion, Mike Bliss appeared destined to race in the Indianapolis 500. The open wheel landscape, however, had changed. Sports cars and road racing became the championship car career path in the 90s. NASCAR's creation of its truck series, which sought drivers from all points, 4 points of the motorsports compass, proved serendipitous for Mike Bliss. He was recruited by off-road truck racer Jimmy Smith, one of 4 individuals who sold Bill France Jr. on the concept of pickup truck competition on ovals and road courses. The rest, as they say, is history. Smith won 36 times, beginning with Bliss's 1995 victory at North Wilkesboro Speedway and the 2005 series title. He was inducted into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame in 2010. Mike Bliss, the series 2002 champion, follows his former owner with induction tonight, a well-earned capstone of his 20-year NASCAR career of 744 starts across 3 national series. He drove for, among others, Joe Gibbs, Jack Roush, Gene Haas, and James Finch. I got to know Mike when he joined the truck series. He and Smith and their band of merry men made it a whole lot more fun than maybe a lot of people thought it was going to be. But there were a lot of fun times going from here to there to everywhere, and he was one of the friends that made it all worthwhile. Therefore, I am proud to welcome racer and friend Mike Bliss into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame.
Well, I've had a whole year to figure out my speech because I had a real good one about a year ago and now I forgot it. So I'll just kind of keep it short. And I remember the first time I met Linda Vaughn, too. It was really nice to see her. I started racing when I was, I think I was 8 years old, and I kind of blamed the addiction to my dad. He brought a quarter midget home one day, and from then on, it just started. And I go off of, it was funny, I was laughing to myself because me too, when I knew the end of my career was coming and I had to figure out what I was going to do when I got big. And still trying to figure it out. I got away from the racetracks, but now I kind of lean back towards the racetracks. But I just want to thank my parents, all the owners I've driven for. I don't want to start because I know I'm going to miss some. I saw one of my owners here. He's coming up. George Snider was a great guy. I'm glad to see him here. I haven't seen him in a while. But I'm so honored to be here. I didn't. When Ken Clapp told me a year ago that I was inducted, I was really honored, and I was kind of nervous. But when I walked in here, I got real nervous, and I hadn't been in front of a stage or in front of people for years. So I've changed a lot, and I slid in here without anybody knowing me because I look gray hair and look older now. So I thank you very much. Thank you, Owen. I've known Owen for a long time, and he didn't even know who I was when I walked in. We're really that close. And so thank you, and I hope you guys have a nice evening, and God bless America.
Well, our next presenter is a man who's going to be considered one of the favorites here this weekend since he won the race here in Sonoma with NASCAR in 2011. And he is a former winner of the Daytona 500 and the 2004 NASCAR Cup Series champion. Please welcome Kurt Busch.
Good evening, good evening. Great to see everybody here, and great to see smiles, and great to see the West Coast spirit all in the room together. And got our group from Vegas, got my Vegas group over there. So it's really just neat to see everybody in a room together. All the different COVID protocols everywhere, and all the different states that we go to, and all the different rules. It's just neat to see the spirit in the room together. And I've got the distinct pleasure tonight of introducing Craig Keough, and if I can find my right button here. Let me tell you a quick story. I'm going to paint the picture about the man who is a second father to me. Mr. Craig Keough in the 1980s started his nursery company called Star Nursery. And Las Vegas in the 1980s was filled with some memorable moments. Fires erupted at prominent strip hotels. The first National Finals Rodeo was held. Notorious mobsters still roam the streets. And in the midst of all the change in events happening in the valley, a new star was born, and it was just a few miles off the strip. And it was Star Nursery. It was one man, one dream, one goal. And that goal turned into a grand vision. A vision that became the reality of the humble beginnings of a dirt lot filled with landscaping supplies and large specimens of trees and shrubs. And that's where Craig's story began. And from the 80s into the 90s, Craig met with the Trickle Racing family, with Chuck and with Chris. And that iconic car that sits out front, I was just a little youngster that got to see that Trickle blue car with the Star Nursery logo on the side, and I was enamored with it. It was an iconic piece that was a true sponsor that loved to just go to the racetrack and to be there with everybody and to help with young drivers' careers. And with Craig's business that is now up to 16 stores, 650 employees through 3 states, the business side of Craig is what he brought to the racetrack. He brought the sponsorship. He brought the fun. He brought the professionalism. And that's something that I finally built up the courage one night to go and just say hello to Craig. And it was set up to where I was 15 and a half, I think. I had to lie my age to get in the pits. And I asked for $100 in tire money because it was already pre-staged with the individuals that were helping. And Craig reached into his pocket. He hands me this $100, and I'll never forget how he held on to it with his thumb, and he was just tugging back, going, don't spend it all in one place, kid. Craig had this aura. He had this stature at the track of, when he walked in, it was, that's the guy that's making a difference in the motorsports world in Las Vegas. With the bull ring continuing to gain traction, your business, the late model division, and the big track next door with Richie Klein building that Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the racing scene in the 90s was hot. And Craig Keough is a big part of that, with signage, with race cars, with sponsoring the events. And with the tragic accident with Chris Trickle, the car had a few different drivers that you put into the race car. You took it over from Craig, took it over from Chuck Trickle, and you were team owner and team sponsor. And you did it with this set of rules. When I got to race for you, it was a dream come true as an 18-year-old kid. He said, we're going to go to the track and we're going to have fun. We're going to go to the track and we're going to look good while we're doing this. And we're also going to have the biggest cooler full of cold beer afterwards. Those are Craig's 3 rules. The maddest Craig ever got is when we got into the beer cooler before the car was loaded up one night at Altamont. I think I had run into everything that night. We poked holes in radiators, we broke axles, we bounced off walls, we pissed off Jim Pettit, probably for the 50th time. And we started drinking beer before we got the car loaded up, and Craig's pretty pissed off. He jumps in the dually to go and park the dually, or hook up the dually to the trailer. Some other race team took the drive shaft out of our truck. So Craig drops it in gear, and it's just boom, 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 boom. The yoke's spinning, but the drive shaft's not. And now he's trying to put the bitch back in park. And it's just grinding the transmission. And he is fuming. That's the maddest that I've ever seen Craig. And then I pissed him off the next week as a driver. And I almost lost my ride. I almost lost my ride with that Star Nursery team. And it was the first good ass kicking that I ever got from somebody that wasn't my dad. And that was the respect that Craig wanted to give to me. And from that point forward, I think we won 4 races straight. We won the Southwest Tour Championship. And from there, I was able to find a ride in the Truck Series. And it was due to you, Craig. So thank you, Craig. Craig's cars have won races, they've won poles, they've won championships. All the crew members that have worked for Craig, all the different people that you've influenced through your motorsports lifetime have all respected you in a way that you've run your business, and that's first class, Craig. So thank you, and congratulations on being inducted into the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame.
How do I follow that? Oh, my goodness. Ken Clapp came to me about 2 years ago and said, Craig, I'm going to nominate you. And I said, for what? And he went on and on for about 30 minutes, and I said, I don't understand. I've always been one, always behind the scenes, always. But I tell you, this is an honor. I can't believe this is happening. Special thanks to Ken Clapp and all his efforts towards the West Coast. I also want to thank all the inductees that are my personal friends, Jerry Pitts, Jim Pettit, Richie Klein, Ron Sajak. Also want to thank, you got to remember, when I came in as an owner, I knew nothing. I was a team member on the Trickle team. I loaded the hauler, unloaded the hauler, kept the beer cold. When I went to the tour, my NASCAR family, Mike Berlotti, Danny Grill,
Becky McBride, Debbie Mills, Steve Witz. We all know Steve Witz, and that's a big bear hood there. Many, many more NASCAR officials really influenced me, taught me what to do. Also want to thank my crew, of course, Kurt. Kurt already told you some of my rules. Number one rule is I went there to have fun. That was the whole reason. This was a hobby for me. This was a get away from the business, so it was a hobby. They had to make sure I was going to have fun, and the beer was cold. But the one thing, we always went to win. My crew is here. Brian Kaiser, Dan Johnson. Will you guys stand up, please? Aaron Jimenez, Ray Taberner, Jesse Walker, and the one person that was really the glue that held the team together, Ma Busch. I also had quite a few drivers after Kurt that drove for me. Of course, Chris Trickle was the first one that I crewed on, but Bobby Lutz out of Las Vegas, Sean, after Kurt, Sean the Kid Monroe, and there's a character. As a spotter, I never got a chance to say a thing. All he did was talk. Sean, movie star Woodside, Jim Jellybean Engelbright, Flying Brian Germoni. Now, he was talking about the drive shaft that was taken out. This is a really good story. We were known for doing practical jokes. We had duct taped full beer cans to his drive shaft and laid full beer cans on his exhaust. Halfway to the track, which was Altamont, they're pulled off to the side of the road, hood up, and it's steaming. That's why the drive shaft came out of my truck. Yeah. Frank Daney Jr., Eric Holmes, Hall of Fame Greg Pursley, NASCAR Hall of Fame Ron Hornaday Jr., and of course, Kurt Busch, which I am most proud of. Can I tell a couple stories? So, we always told Kurt that we knew he had a little bit more speed in his car, and if we could duct tape his ears, we could pick up a 10th. Yeah, that's a good one. Bob Johns is another very, very good friend of mine. He's passed. And one night we're in Tucson, and he came up to me and said, "What room is Kurt in?" I said, "I can't tell you that. He's sleeping. He's got a race tomorrow." Well, they found him, got into his room, wrapped him up in his blankets, and threw him in the pool. When we got back to his room, they had taken all of his bedroom furniture out and set it up in the parking lot.
They even got an extension cord to plug the lamp on top of the nightstand in the parking lot. That was rookie hazing.
Yeah, yeah. Special thanks to my family who have been supportive all these years. My sister Debbie is here. My niece Whitney. My nephew Christopher. My mom, Gloria, 93 years old, took me my first race when I was 5 years old. And the love of my life, Miss Jenny. So the reason I've done what I've done is I feel very strongly about supporting young adults, sports, getting them out of the house, wanting to do something more than playing on the machine. So I feel very, very strongly. I'm involved in soccer, baseball, football, anything I can, but I still come back to stock car racing, and rodeo. I want a special thanks to my friends Kenny Shepard, TJ Clark, Bill McAnally, and Kyle Busch for their support in stock car racing and bringing young adults to achieve their dreams. In closing, thank you all. I can't believe I'm standing up here. And may God bless America.
Okay. Our next presenter is somebody you might have gotten to know in his days working in NASCAR. Please welcome Mr. Jason Bates.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Ken Clapp for the invitation to take part in tonight's ceremony. I'm honored to be here. I would also like to commend the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame for the charitable work you do on an annual basis. I have no doubt you'll meet your goal. You don't fail. But I'm up here tonight to introduce a good friend of mine. It's going on 20 years. Our first meeting, I had no idea this would be down the road, else I may have rethought that friendship. Jim Pettit started racing at age 16 when he won his first feature in 1981. He followed that up with the Pacific Coast Championship as part of the NASCAR Regional Division in 1984. At 19 years old, youth had to have been on his side because he ran over 90 races that year. He then followed that up with championships at Antioch in 87, 88, and 91, Watsonville in 89, and the renamed Ocean in 2012, before setting his sights on pavement racing. He won championships at Madera and Altamont in 96 and 2000. 2000 was a very big year for Jim. He was the tri-holiday champion at Stockton, 3 100-lap races on major holiday weekends, and Pettit remains the only driver to lead all 300 laps. He also won the Shell Tri-Track Challenge that year, winning 6 of 10 events, including the last 5 in a row. Pretty easy to determine that champion. He then moved over to the NASCAR Southwest Tour, going back-to-back in 2004 and 2005. And it was during the Champions Week celebration, I think it was for Kurt's championship, where NASCAR invited all the champions for their regionals and tours to New York to celebrate their accomplishments. Well, at one of the parties one night, a champion, a number of years, Pettit's junior, pulled me aside and he said, "I can't keep up with Pettit. I don't know how he does it." I shrugged my shoulders. I said, "You're not going to. Just try to keep in the draft and keep it out of the wall, because if you don't, you will never stop hearing about it." He was voted the 2006 most popular driver for the Southwest Tour, before winning the Southwest Tour again in 2008, 2011, and 2013. For his Southwest Tour career, he finished in the top 10 over 50% of the time. But it was that 2011 championship that was a special one. It honored one of his 2 biggest fans, his mom, Miss Pat. That was a special year, and I remember the phone call I got from Pettit, and man, that hurt. But Pettit continues to honor the legacy of Big Jim and Miss Pat to this day by giving back to the racing community, just as his Hall of Fame father has done, by creating the Pat and Jim Pettit Memorial Shootout, a chance to honor 2 wonderful people on the West Coast racing scene and giving back to the racing community. But as I got ready for this speech tonight, I tried to think if there was one word I could describe Pettit, gregarious kept coming back up. So I just wanted to make sure I had the definition correct, and it was spot on. A person fond of company and sociable. That's Jim Pettit to a T. There are a lot of people here tonight that are part of the crews from past years, fans as well. But I'm here to tell you, you're extended family, because that's how the Pettits roll. So congratulations, and it's my honor to introduce the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame, Jim Pettit II. Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can't believe Jason made me tear up here listening to his speech, but it's truly an honor to be here tonight, and I can't thank Ken Clapp and the West Coast Hall of Fame for all that they do. It's really hard to believe that 40 years ago when I started this journey of racing, never ever dreamed of being here and being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Truly honored to see so many good people like Craig Keough and Kurt Busch, Dave Byrd, the Bolettos. It's just so honored to be a part of that group of people. Been very blessed in my career, and like I've said in the past, the one thing that we have going for us in the racing community is we got the best sport in the world. We get our best friends through racing. My closest friends are through racing. And I've been very blessed in my whole career. My whole team from all my years on my asphalt from the NASCAR Southwest Tour is here with me tonight. And I'm really blessed and honored that they were wanting to come and be a part of our deal tonight. Along with, I can't thank my wife for always supporting me all the years of racing, as we all know that it's a big part of us being successful in what we do. Truly honored. I'm not going to take up much time. I can't thank enough Jason Bates for coming out and doing my induction for me. But truly an honor. My sister and my family, my sister Liz and Tammy, and my brother-in-law John for always allowing me and my brother-in-law Bill to always support me for my racing and allowing me to go chase my dreams at the races while we're away racing, always taking care of our business at home. Truly an honor. Thank you guys. Doug McCown, thank you for coming and supporting me tonight. You said you would. John Apprentice at Ocean Speedway. Thank you for having our race at your racetrack. And basically, as everybody says, our country's a great place to be. God bless America, and God bless you all.
Tonight is even more special for the Pettit family, because for the first time in history, the West Coast Stock. So with that being said, I'm going to ask Pettit to say a few things about Big Jim Pettit.
My sisters come up. I'm going to have my sisters join me because they're part of this still too. That was my wife. My wife designed the ties. I want to speak on behalf of my dad. If it wasn't for his love of racing, the passion that he had for racing and the passion that he had for people and the love for family, I would have never, ever been involved in racing. I'd have never got into the dream that we're living right now. My sister here to my right would have never met her husband, John Kelson, which, if he isn't the best figure eight driver in all of California's history ever, he's one of the best. I would have never met my wife, Veronica, with her dad, J.D. Willis, as a multi-track champion, state champion, sportsman and stock cars when I first started. There's so many people that we have met that we would not have met if it wasn't for the racing deal. And it's all because of my dad's passion of wanting to race, loving the racing, and so many guys and drivers he's helped over my career before I even started racing. I can remember going to the old San Jose Speedway. I can't believe Dave got away with what he got with that first car he built. But I remember those days. I remember watching Dave when I first, was growing up. Dave used to also run the GTO. And every race we go to, it seemed like he had a different paint scheme every year. But it was pretty cool. It's pretty cool to be involved in what we're being able to take in tonight. And on behalf of my family and my sisters, I want to thank you all for that too. Thank you.
Well, our next presenter was inducted into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame back in 2012. He's also one of the top NASCAR team owners here on the West Coast, and he's the promoter of All-American Speedway over in Roseville, California. Please welcome Bill McAnally.
Thanks, Ralph. Tell you, great induction to have all these great people. Congratulations to all the inductees and some great guys that have put on a lot of great shows throughout the years that I've got to witness that are being honored tonight. But I'll tell you, no matter what you're doing, whether it's playing sports, racing cars, or in the automotive repair business, there's always somebody that makes you raise your game at what you're ever doing. I've sat with my guys on Monday morning, and we said, what did they do? How did they beat us that bad? How did they get that car to roll through the center of the corner like that? How did they get it to have the grip off the corner? And this guy has caused me many sleepless nights and aggravating Mondays, but he knows how to get it done. And this is Jerry Pitts, inductee. Amazing individual. We wouldn't have had the success and the championships and the wins that we've had as an organization if it wasn't for Jerry Pitts. He made us work hard and continue to raise our game. Jerry, like a lot of us, started racing. It was family. His dad, his uncles, they raced. They got his interest in it. And Jerry raced. Talking to Marion Collins, he was actually one of the very first tenants at Mesa Marin when they built the buildings. Some of you will remember the steel buildings that were out there at Mesa Marin. And Jerry had his shop there. He became a great chassis fabricator, building race cars for young and upcoming drivers. Mark Wilson, several drivers out of Mesa Marin, he was just dominant with putting race cars together. He had his Limney parts. That's when I first remember Jerry Pitts. He had a parts sales business, and when we needed something at the racetrack, there he was helping us out. He followed the tour. Craig, you remember Jerry out there? And he got involved with Steve Finsler with FRE, actually bought into FRE for a while. Spent a year doing that, but it's incredible. Jerry, he's one of those guys that's kind of behind all the accolades and what's getting done, but he's the one that's making it happen. And as a crew chief, he's got a phenomenal record. I remember going back east and seeing him as a crew chief at Bahari Racing, and the people he helps, he's helped young drivers, he's helped veteran drivers, and the one thing about whoever he's helping, they wind up with some great race cars that go fast and know how to have turn and grip, that's for sure. As a crew chief in the Cup efforts, he's got 74 races. Crew chief in cars for Ted Musgrave, Bill Elliott, Jerry Nadeau, Wally Dallenbach, Johnny Benson. This is the pinnacle of NASCAR racing. Crew chief Xfinity races for David Green, Kyle Busch, and the young Wood brothers' grandson, John Woods. Crew chief in the camping truck series for Greg Pursley and Brandon Witt. And he's quickly approaching over 200 races as a crew chief in the NASCAR regional efforts and the ARC efforts, working with great upcoming drivers like William Byron, Noah Graxton, Greg Pursley, Eric Norris, Mark Reed, Sheldon Creed, Grayson Raz. The list goes on. And he's helped these young drivers pay their dues and move forward and climb that ladder. And he's a great guy to work with. He pulls the team together. He's a great leader, and he's a great competitor. And like I said, he's gave me some long Mondays and some restless nights thinking about what he's doing to make them race cars as good as he gets them. Great crew chief, great friend. I'd like to introduce Jerry Pitts.
I'm not much of a public speaker, but I'll do my best. Ken Clapp, thank you very much for what you do. I really do appreciate how you have put this whole deal together and keep it all going. So thank you for that. I've been pretty lucky over the years with all the great drivers that I've been able to work with. You know, and really good team owners too. Excuse me. Started off in the West Series with Steve Portengate. Then Brandon Witt and Eric Norris, won a championship with Eric Norris. Then but probably had the most success with Greg Pursley, with Gene Price. And Gene's a great guy. Also, both of them, Greg and Gene, both been inducted in the Hall of Fame. And then Jeff Jefferson and myself, we started our own team after Gene decided to retire from racing, and had some pretty good runs with Noah, Grayson Raz, and now we've moved on to doing our own deal with Takuma Koga, driving for me right now. And so anyhow, it's been a good time, and anyhow, like I say, I'm not very good at this. Just want to thank my wife, lifelong partner, Jeannie. It's been, I don't know, I think it's 38 years now. And Brian, my son, which helps me in the shop, just the two of us maintaining our cars now. And anyhow, thank you very much. And Bill. I plan to be a thorn in your side forever. Thanks.
Well, I think it's been too long since we've seen him up here. Let's bring Ken Clapp back up.
I would like to ask Michelle Atkins Edwards to come to the podium, please. Would you like to say a few words before I do?
Just thank you. My father passed away when I was a week old, so I don't have any stories. Thank you so much. I'm very honored to be here. And all the stories that, I mean, it was 54 years ago, and all the stories and it's amazing. And thank you all so much. Thank you to my family and my friends that snuck in and surprised me. And thank you, Ken, for everything.
Just don't leave.
I'm not leaving.
I want to share to me it's an emotional story, and I know it is to Michelle. I didn't meet Michelle until just a few years ago down at the Chili Bowl in Tulsa, and she and her husband and 2 sons came down, and my friend Dick Atkins was inducted into the National Midget Hall of Fame. But I want to reiterate, well, at the time it didn't mean anything. A few days later it did. In 1966, on a Wednesday day at my office, I received a phone call from a mutual friend, a fellow named John Pastana, and he said, "What are you doing in the morning?" And I said, "Be at the office working." He said, "Well, I thought Atkins and I'd come by and have breakfast with you on our way to Ascot." And they did. And we all exchanged the graces of the day, and they went on their way to Ascot. And Sunday morning, 3 days later, I got a phone call. And that was the accident where we lost Dick and Don Branson. The years went by, and when Michelle came to the Chili Bowl, after her father was inducted, I went over to their table and I asked if I could share a story. And I wanted to share that story. And I did. And that was the beginning of a friendship. And he was a good guy. He was a hell of a race car driver. Michelle's husband asked me one day at lunch, but basically, how good was he? Well, he's good enough to drive for J.C. Agajanian in the 60s, and he could have won the Indy 500, and he was that good. But he was also a nice human being. He was a nice guy. It's a great honor for me to honor his daughter and his family tonight into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame. Thank you. You okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Our next inductee, Leo Hendry, was the founder of the Yes Network, the largest regional sports television network in the country and the TV home of the New York Yankees. His success in business led to the opportunity to chase his passion for racing at the highest levels, culminating with a GT2 category victory in the 2005 24 Hours of Le Mans, sharing a Porsche 996 GT3 RSR with Mike Rockefeller and Mark Lieb. The native of Tacoma, Washington, competed in 45 top-level sports car races, as well as 4 NASCAR West Series events. Leo is a philanthropist and has been an advisor to several Democratic presidential candidates, including President Barack Obama. He is already a member of the Cable Television Hall of Fame and now a member of the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame. To accept this honor for Mr. Leo Hendry, please welcome back Ken Clapp.
Before I go ahead with my induction of Leo, I was remiss earlier in the evening, and I missed thanking 2 old friends who have for many years added to the pleasure of the Hall of Fame. Hall of Famer Dick Woodland and his wonderful wife Claudia for bringing their Eberly wine to share with us. Thank you. And for more years than I can remember, Alan and Chris Mangini have placed from their Mangini Ranch olive oil on the tables. And I would like to thank Alan and Chris as well. And incidentally, Alan's father got into this Hall of Fame many years ago. He's quite a car owner. With that said, I would like to talk a little bit about my friend Leo Hendry. I first met Leo many, many years ago at his office in San Francisco. And I don't remember exactly why, but it was on a Saturday. And I went up to meet him, and sitting waiting, Bill Gates came out of his office. Now, I didn't know much about Leo Hendry at that time. I soon found out that he controlled the 7th largest cable in the world. He loved racing, nice guy, overwhelmingly smart. And a new friendship got built, and it went on and on and on. And one day, then he ran some Winston West races. I have to share, my late wife, Jackie, and I flew down to Vegas with he and his wife at the time, and he had I don't remember, I think it was a Gulfstream, but anyway, a big airplane. And coming back, he said, the greatest honor I've ever had. I said, what? He said, out-qualifying Herschel McGriff. And he did. He qualified faster than Herschel did. Anyway, just a good guy, fun to be around. One day, he shared with me that he was purging Intermedia Partners, which was the 7th largest cable in the country, in the world. It was off the record, under the radar. Nobody was to know about it. It'd be announced shortly. And he was joining forces with TCI, John Malone in Denver. And it happened. It was a rainy, cold day when he called, and I said, well, that's really something. And he said, well, keep it to yourself. And that took place, and we started talking about his involvement and using motorsports as a platform to enhance the sale of products and everything he was involved with. Anyway, that all happened. Our friendship carried on, went forward. And one day, a couple of years later, he called me on a Sunday, and I remember it so well. It was pouring down rain down on the coast where we lived at that time, Rio Del Mar, and my wife, Jackie, was kind of on her last legs, and it was nice to hear from him. He said, I want to share something with you. I said, what? He said, well, I'm the new president of AT&T Broadband Worldwide. I said, you what? He said, I'm the new president of AT&T Broadband.
And this was when we were going through all that trouble with the government on cigarettes, using sports as a marketing partner. And I jokingly said, boy, I sure like the sound of AT&T Cup Series. He says, that's exactly where we're going. And I thought, well, wow. One day, he called me and he said, can you come over to Monterey? I said, sure. He said, I want you to fly back to New Jersey with me. I've got to speak to a civic group in Monterey, Carmel, whatever. And so we did. And on the plane, we consummated the biggest deal ever done in the history of motorsports at that time. I'm not going to get into the numbers, but it was a Texas ton. Big bucks. Anyway, that's a little history on my friend Leo Hendry. Leo called me several days ago, and Leo's married to Humpy Wheeler's daughter. And they were all coming, whole plane load of them. And he called, and he said, Ken, he said, I don't know how to tell you this, but Humpy can't even barely get out of bed. His hips are so bad. I said, well, I hate to hear that. Humpy and I talk on the phone all the time, and he hadn't said much to me about it. But they canceled out, and he asked if I would receive for him. And well, here I am, after promising y'all I would never do this again. But anyway, I'm glad I can receive for Leo Hendry Jr., a real addition to anything he touches, and a good friend, and certainly a good friend of motorsports. Thank you for letting me share that with you.
Our next presenter is a longtime sports car racer and a media member here on the West Coast, and a member of our board of directors. Please welcome Mr. Richard Spencer.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm glad to see everybody here after a tumultuous last 15 months. You know, it's not often in the world that you can sit next to two famous sons of race car drivers, and the next table over is Howard Kading. And Howard, I got a quick story, and then I'll get into my induction ceremony. But when I was a student at San Jose State, on Saturday nights, my fraternity brothers and I would have to tell our girlfriends that we could not go out on the dates until about 10:30 or 11, because we were going to San Jose Speedway to watch Howard, and the main events ran a little long. So that never went over very well. But you saw where our priorities were. So our next inductee is somebody that I followed as a young guy in my teenage years. My dad was a Ferrari Buick dealer in San Francisco. My grandfather was vice president of Packard in the 50s. So we were car guys, and we loved racing. So when my dad came home in 1963 with an autographed picture of Dave McDonald, and it says, to Richard, Tony, and Christopher, best wishes, Dave McDonald, King Cobra. And here's a picture of Dave McDonald leaned in with the cobra snake on his helmet and a few battle scars on the right front fender here, sliding through turn 6 at Riverside. We thought that was the coolest thing we've ever seen. So we'd already been following Dave McDonald. Dave McDonald was a star when he first hit the drag racing tracks in the late 50s. He was committed to Chevrolets. In his 4 years of racing, he started with the 62 Corvette, which was called the Don Steve Special, and it was sponsored by, those of you who are in Southern California, Bob Sorensen Chevrolet. And he was, I would say Dave McDonald was a a little bit of an image of Don Branson with a crew cut, face serious. This guy was ready to race. He started his road racing career in 1960, and in his 4 years, he was known as the master drifter because he could drive cars at a slip angle better than most drivers could drive a car going forward. And he was great to watch, but he was a star. In 1962, he drove Corvettes to 28 victories in 64 races, including 42 top 3 finishes. That's astounding. His unique style of drifting through the turns at full speed made him a crowd favorite and earned him the nickname Master of Oversteer. In 1963, Zora Duntov hired Dave McDonald to test the new Z06 split-window Corvette, which he did with Dr. Dick Thompson. Later in the 63 season, Carroll Shelby hired Dave McDonald away from Chevrolet to drive and test his new Corvette Roadster, along with Ken Miles. The first 2 races that the Cobras were entered, they won, with Dave McDonald finishing and Ken Miles finishing second. In the fall of 1963, Dave McDonald rose to national prominence, and I was at one of the races. He drove the Shelby King Cobra to back-to-back Grand Prix wins in the 2 biggest and richest road races in the world. The Los Angeles Times Grand Prix in front of 83,000 people, beating the likes of Jim Clark, who although was in a small 2-liter car, and Jim Hall in the Chaparral. He lapped the entire field. The next week, he won the Monterey Pacific Grand Prix. A week later, in his next 3 races, he finished second at the Hawaiian Grand Prix in a Cobra Roadster, second at NASCAR's Golden State 400 at Riverside in the Wood Brothers number 21 Ford, and second in NASCAR's Augusta 510 behind Holman Moody teammate and race winner Fireball Roberts. 1964 would be Dave's final year in racing. On February 23, 1964, Dave McDonald competed in his first and only Daytona 500. He finished 10th against a field that NASCAR.com still calls the greatest NASCAR race in the history. Richard Petty won the 64 race, capturing his first of 7 Daytona 500s. 3 months later, Dave McDonald was to lose his life at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, along with Eddie Sachs. But a year later, USAC mandated that the fuel cells would carry less fuel, and they changed the switch, made a switch from gasoline to methanol. In Dave's 4 short years, and this is pretty astounding, he ran 118 races, he won 52 races, and he had 75 top 3 finishes. Carroll Shelby, in 2008, said that he thought Dave McDonald had more raw talent than any race driver he had ever seen, and that's a lot coming from Carroll Shelby. 2014, Dave McDonald was inducted into the National Corvette Hall of Fame. In 2016, Dave McDonald was inducted into the United States Road Racing Championship Hall of Fame. And it's my honor to induct Dave McDonald into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame, and to accept his award, his son Rich will come up. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Richard, for that wonderful introduction of my father. I really appreciate it. You know, my father really did accomplish a lot in his brief 4-year career, and he made significant contributions to many areas of motorsports history. But it was all 50 plus years ago, and there was no internet, no social media to keep his accomplishments alive. So they essentially were just buried with him at India in 1964. So it's why it's always very grateful. My family is very grateful when he gets recognition such as he is here tonight. So I want to thank you guys for that, for sure. One thing I wanted to add to Richard's list of my father's accomplishments, and I think it's probably his most important, is that he will forever be known as the only man to drive all of Carroll Shelby's legendary Cobras, the Cobra Roadster, the King Cobra, and the Daytona Coupe, to their very first victories. So we're really proud of him for that. And tonight, I am incredibly humbled and honored to accept on my father's behalf his induction into the 2021 class of the NASCAR West Coast Hall of Fame. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is a longtime friend of our next inductee. Please welcome Chris Bosch.
Good evening. It's my privilege to introduce a hands-on car owner, builder, and often crew chief, Mr. Howard Welch, who was already a legend in California's San Gabriel Valley when I met him nearly 50 years ago. There wasn't enough room in his office at Haddock Towing for all the plaques, trophies, and spoils of years of serving his community by always saying yes when asked to help. When he received another accolade, he would simply smile, say thank you, and shrug it off, probably doing so thousands of times over his career. Howard, today is very different. You're not allowed to shrug off this incredible induction into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame. Today we honor you, the man who brought a new level of class, dignity, professionalism, and fierce competitiveness to Winston West while establishing leadership in his team of veteran and neophyte racers. Today we honor a man who has more than paid his dues, not only in treasure, but also in family sacrifice, blood, sweat, health, cast iron, aluminum, sheet metal, rubber, gallons upon gallons of Imron, and drums upon drums of Pennzoil. Besides NASCAR Winston West, Howard's 55 car competed in NASCAR Winston Cup races, at least a dozen USAC events, the NASCAR Grand American Modified Series with those amazing spoilers, and just for fun, lots of open competition. Some say Howard accomplished the near impossible when he tamed Mr. Jimmy Bennison, another legend who deserves our thanks and recognition. Howard was able to broaden Jimmy's incredible talents, building both engines and cars by himself, to working with others to build cars that could win races. After a wall at Riverside's Turn 6 jumped in front of Jimmy's 69 Mercury Cyclone, Howard intervened with a 73 Gran Torino to go Grand National racing. Overcoming Larry Phillips' very loud protest, Howard pioneered two-way radios in Winston West cars. After scattering three perfectly good Dennis Fisher-built 351 Cleveland engines during qualifying at Riverside, Leonard Wood recommended that Howard switch to a heavier cast block. Howard was able to track down some of the last remaining blocks in Australia and flew several to LAX. With some help from a turkey herder named Murray Jensen, and with a little fine tuning on Edelbrock's dyno, Car 55 was back in business. With some encouragement from the France family, and not being afraid of a little travel, Howard took his cars and crew to set up shop in Charlotte, very close to Hutcherson-Pagan. Supported by a pit crew that rotated in from California, Jim Bennison, Arlie Scranton, Jerry Wise, Kenny, Lee, my father John, my brother Mike, myself, some shiner from Virginia named Hinky Ings, and with Andra as the radio spotter in the stands, the 55 car also saw action in Atlanta, Charlotte, Rockingham, and Martinsville. Not too bad for a bunch of Yankees from Southern California. For a variety of reasons, one of them that the heavier casting 351 finally ran out, Howard pivoted to a Pontiac Ventura, and then to a very cool 78 Pontiac Trans Am. With Eddie Ash building engines, things got very interesting and very fast at Riverside, Ontario, Mesa Marin, and Phoenix. Over the years, Howard was able to recruit the talents of many incredible drivers: Bill Osborne, Sam the Hammer Beeler, Roger Ward, Parnelli Jones, Sonny Easley, Larry Phillips, Rusty Wallace, Ron Esau, Joe Ruttman, the racing farmer Ray Elder, Rich Woodland Jr., even a very young Kyle Petty got a ride. Howard has competed in good times and in bad, when he was the hometown favorite and when Big Brother turned against him. Through it all, winning or losing, Howard remained positive, calm, composed, always looking ahead to making the improvements necessary to win the next race. He has been twice blessed to be supported at various times by two incredibly elegant, charming, kind, funny, smart, and very lovely women, Andra and Bobby. Both of them understand and love racing. Gentlemen, does it get any better than that? In Howard's case, of course it does. His son Eddie and his beautiful daughters Lori and Bonnie also love and support racing. Howard is a gracious mentor, a gentleman, a friend, a big brother, a father figure, the helping hand, the guy who isn't afraid to knock a little sense into your brain when you need it, not just for me, but to countless others along the way, not just in motorsports, but to everyone who asks. Howard's personal toolbox, more like a rolling barn, would make a Snap-on truck blush with envy, then crash and burn from embarrassment. A voracious reader, Howard is literally always the smartest guy in the room. Trust me, don't argue with him. Right, ladies? Any way you define success, Howard is incredibly successful due to his generosity, perseverance, work ethic, honesty, competitiveness, and the humility to always be better the next time. I give you the legendary Howard Welch.
That sounded remarkable to me. I didn't realize that. One thing I want to thank you, Ken, and the West Coast Hall of Fame. I was very pleased and surprised when I got a phone call due to the fact that especially old-time car owners, builders, were very seldom recognized. They're sort of forgotten down the road. So I am very honored to be here tonight. There is a correction in your program, though. There was 2 mistakes there. I don't know how that happened. I think Howard Keating over here out of Northern California, myself out of Southern California at the time, probably the 2 oldest people here. I'm pushing 84. And you got to realize when you're that old, you get a little fuzzy a little senile, or a lot senile, I don't know, but that's a problem with a lot of people here are going to have to look forward to as they come along. Second thing, I am not retired. The boss keeps me working. We happen to be in the timber business in northern Idaho, and have been. When Herschel McGriff got out, he was smart. He got out of the timber business when he was very young. I got in it when I was very old. And we are not the problem for your $100 sheet of plywood today, by the way. I raised the trees, and they're not paying me any more for it. So can't blame that on me. That 300% increase is not my doing. So, anyhow, I was very fortunate. I was raised in Southern California, basically the Culver City, West Los Angeles area. I fell in love with racing probably when I was 9 or 10 years old. I got a paper route, evening paper route with a Herald Examiner. With that, I had a Schwinn bicycle, and packing those papers, it got to be a lot of work. And at that point, was able to purchase a Wizard motor and put on it, and that made things a lot faster. Back in those days, why I say I was very fortunate, in that area, we had Vic Edelbrock's shop. I had Hildebrand, or Hilborn Engineering was right there. Balan Muffler was in Culver City. Who else? Clay Smith was there. Evans was there. Anyhow, back in those days, you have to realize, and we're talking right after the Second World War, buildings aren't air conditioned. So especially in the summer months, the late spring, the doors are wide open. And people were a lot easier going back in those days. I could go into Edelbrock's, park the Wizard, walk into the shop with a newspaper, and Murray Jensen would be there, sit there and talk with you. Bobby Meeks would, even Vic had come out. They had two real neat midgets sitting there. And so, like I say, and they'd answer questions for you. You could come in and ask them this, or what are you doing today, and they'd explain it to you. Today, that doesn't happen. Everything is very secretive when it comes to, especially racing, and even in the automotive world. But so I've got a good upbringing, I thought, as far as the automotive world. And that's how I fell in love with it. From there, we went, as I got older, went drag racing. I raced motorcycles for a while. Then got into, after the midgets, the midget races, I think J.C. Agajanian gave me the first job as a promoter. J.C. at one point was a promoter at both Carroll Speedway, Culver City Speedway, and as a 12-year-old or 13-year-old at the time, I kept the scoreboard, which is nothing but a Foster and Kaiser, let's say, billboard, and you got two kids up there on a plank. One's keeping track of the first four cars, just sliding cards down into a slot, and the other one keeping the track of the laps. And I did that all summer long, besides delivering my newspapers. We'd be able to go one racetrack to another with either the Edelbrock crew or with another young fellow that he happened to die at Gilmore one night. Eddie Haddad would carry me around. So I loved racing all the time, and by the early 70s, I think it was, or mid 70s, we decided to take on NASCAR, and we were going to do it right here on the West Coast. But Humpy Wheeler had just taken over the management of Charlotte Motor Speedway, and he asked me, he says, called me on the phone, says, you know Roger Ward? And I said, I know Roger. And he says, you have two cars? And I said, yes, we have two cars. How about bringing Roger Ward to Charlotte for their race? He had A.J. Coven, he had I'm trying to think of the lady's name he had raced. Can't think of her right now. But he had about 4 or 5 Indy stars and wanted Roger Ward. At that point, I thought about it. We talked about it. Talked to Roger about it. He was all for it. But Roger was getting up in age in those times. But we decided to go back there. I got a good education. Once I went down south, Parky Dahl had already gone there from the West Coast, called Parky. I says, what kind of gears do I need for, let's say, Charlotte? What kind of springs do I need? Parky says, I'm an engine guy, Howard, you know that. He says, call Hutchinson Pagan and talk to Eddie Pagan. I called Eddie Pagan. Eddie Pagan, I asked him, what springs do I need for Charlotte? And what gear ratio? I forget what gear ratio he told me, probably a 3 1/4 or something like that. He says, the front springs, we just take a 9-inch spring out of a station wagon, cut 2 rungs off it. That's the trick of the week. And I thought to myself then, I says, you know, those Southerners, they don't have much going for them. We have spring raiders on the West Coast. I know a 200-pound spring from a 1,000-pound spring. Got back to Charlotte and found out that they do a lot of double talking back down south. We had a heck of a time with it. And back in those days, Edelbrock was run or managed by Jim McFarland. Jim McFarland was a good friend of Smokey Unix. And after a little complaining what happened to Jim and Smokey, they told me that, you know, to be successful in the NASCAR community down here now, you have to learn how to decipher the rule book. The rule book in the mid-'70s was probably 150 pages. It fit in the back pocket of your Levi's, and they said, and that covered 4 divisions, the Grand National Division and what other divisions they had. And like Smokey said, he says, if it says you don't do it, don't do it. But if it doesn't say anything about it, do it. That caused a lot of problems with Gazaway, Dick Beatty. You had that, and even Ken Piper here on the West Coast. You had that rule book out. It doesn't say I can't do it. It doesn't say I can't do it. Bill France overrode you half the time. But I got a super good education. I can tell you that right now. From there, we went USAC racing, and anyhow, that's one of probably 2,000 or 84 years worth of stories I could probably tell you. And if I had to do it again, I'd do it all over again. I still like it. Thank you.
Ron Zajac was a native of New York who lived in the San Fernando Valley region of Southern California. Racers all over the West Coast visited Ron at his shop known as Ron's Rear Ends. He was the premier builder of rear end assemblies for stock cars here in the West Coast. Ron helped many West Coast stock car racers make it to victory lane, including West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Famers like Ron Hornaday Jr., Butch Gilliland, Kevin Harvick, and Brendan Gaughan. Sadly, Ron passed in 2016. However, we honor him tonight by inducting him into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame. Please welcome to the stage, Wendy Zajac.
Thank you all. was Ron's hat. And those who knew him, well, that's his chapstick. The last chapstick he used. So I'd like to thank Ken, Owen, Board of Directors, sponsors for putting on this event to honor the men and women of motorsports racing. I also like to congratulate all the inductees. Thank you to Chris Klein for your nomination. Persistence, love, and devotion to Uncle. Thank you. Tim Ritter, Ron's best friend, for standing by his side at the workbench for the better part of 20 years. Tim, stay well and be well. Ken Sapper, Speedway Engineering. My father, Wayne Hooper, who taught Ron his trade at the foot of the master. And Ken, for allowing him to hone his skills on his workbench and earn the title Gear Specialist. Ron was simply a hardworking man with a big heart who had a passion for auto racing and in the end found his purpose in life. He fought the good fight, and he finished the race with humor and love for his fellow racer. He would want me to acknowledge all the hardworking men and women of motorsports, all the mechanics, pit crew members, tire changers, gas men, and the like. As his wife of 42 years, it is my great honor to accept this award on his behalf. Thank you.
Our next presenter was a track champion at the Bull Ring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Please welcome Chris Klein.
Sorry about that. I feel like Bud Kading earlier. I had little tears in my eyes over Ron's Ren right there. Yeah, he was the greatest guy. He, like she said, he helped anybody and did everything for everybody. And thank you, Ken Clapp, for honoring him, and that means the world to me. But I'm very honored today to talk to you guys a little story about my father. My dad grew up as the youngest of 5 children in a small town in Long Island, New York, and like most kids, he was fascinated with automobiles. But my dad, he took his infatuation to a different level. By the age of 12, he talked my grandfather into getting a Ford Model A, 1930. It was in a million pieces, and that's how Dad started his passion for the antique cars. My grandpa would walk in and teach him, this is a carburetor, so you take it apart, and he went on from there. By the mid-20s, my dad was recognized by his peers as one of the youngest and smartest minds in antique and classic car business, which led him to meeting an entrepreneur in Las Vegas named Ralph Engelstad. And Ralph wanted to have the greatest antique and classic car museum in the world, really, on the Las Vegas Strip. So he brought this young kid out from New York to put it all together for him. So Dad spent 5 years traveling the country, traveling the world, putting together 1,000 of the greatest antique and classic cars to be on display at the Imperial Palace. In 1999, Dad purchased the land that Las Vegas International Speedway was on. And one day he was out there, and like the movie The Field of Dreams, he had a vision. He had a dream. And one night, he went to Ralph soon after that, and he drew it out on a piece of paper. They would meet every night at the downstairs in the Imperial Palace. And drew out the piece of paper, an industrial park, a super speedway where the bull ring was, a road course, a drag strip. And he showed Ralph his dream. And Ralph liked it. He said, I'll back you. Let's do it. So Dad knew he had a lot of work to do. Him and Mel Larson went out, and they traveled to almost every motorsports facility for the next 2 years in the world. F1 tracks, NASCAR tracks, road courses, everywhere. And they took their notes. And Dad was great to have a great mentor like Mel Larson to go along with him, because Mel was a mountain of knowledge, and we miss him today. And he liked what he did. So several short years later, they started putting together a super speedway, laying it out. And in 1996, he had his first race. There were 67,000 people there to be part of his dream of his first race. A couple months after that, for the IndyCar Series, they had a NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race, and that was a huge success. The following year, in 1997, they had a NASCAR Busch Series race, and they had over 70,000 people there. And that helped Dad earn the crown jewel, a NASCAR Winston Cup date in 1998. March 1st, 1998, Dad had his NASCAR Winston Cup race, and it was a sold-out crowd of 107,000 fans cheering on Mark Martin for the win. It was a memorable day. I got to stand next to my dad and just smile. I was just such a proud kid, and a special day. So after building 22 different racetracks, over 1 million square feet of industrial park, a property of my dad's dream, put it all together. He once told me, I feel like I built the best cake in the world, but this cake needs somebody like Bruton Smith to put the icing on it. So in December 1998, Dad sold the Speedway to Bruton, and Bruton sure did put the great icing on the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. I believe it's one of the greatest tracks in the United States just because of all the multiple facilities. And all the staff of LBMS, you guys did a wonderful job, and I'm very proud. Every time I go out there, I look at the track as my sister, because my dad, he gave birth to it, and you guys did an awesome job out there. So it's my honor to introduce my father, my best friend, the man I look up to every day for advice, Richie Klein.
Thank you, Chris. First of all, it's an honor for me to be with all you great motorsports people. I want to let you know that I'm not a racer, I'm a builder, so it's a little bit different to see all you great people and be in the same room with you. But before I get started, I just want to tell you a little story about how Las Vegas Motor Speedway and NASCAR came together. The true story, how it really all came about. We were real close to here. We were over at I think it was called the Meadowbrook Resort up here, and we were on an antique car tour. And for months before that, I was calling people, calling Bill France, of course you could never get him. And then somebody says, well, call the local people. So I kept calling and calling, and I'm up here on this car tour, and I get a call. Hi, I'd like to talk to you about this track you want to build. So I tell him where I'm at, and I'll come down and see you. He says, no, I'll drive up there. I'm not that far. This guy drives up from San Francisco, and we're sitting talking one day, and he goes, I like what you're doing. I like you thinking about everything. How are you going to finance it? It's the biggest question. And he tells me, he says, every farmer who's got 100 acres extra wants to build a NASCAR Cup track. And I said, of course they do, And he goes, so what's different about you? And I says, well, we've got 1,800 acres, 8 miles from downtown Las Vegas. You got 100,000 rooms within 20 minutes drive, 10 minutes if there's no traffic. And he's listening to me. And he says, the biggest question, how are you going to finance it? I says, we're self-financing. We're in the casino business. And he looked at me, he says, really? And here I am, a 20-year-old kid. And I said, I've got a partner who's got, he says, more money than God. Turned out he did. And He says, so you're going to do this? He says, yeah. And from that day to today, I got to tell you, Ken Clapp has been one of my best friends, mentors to me. Even a few months ago, I had a relative call me up and says, I got a crazy question for you. How many toilets would you need for 100,000 people for a concert? I said, I have no idea, but let me call this guy and he'll tell you exactly. And that's how he is. And in the early years, I got to tell you about Ken Clapp. In the early years, every time that phone rang, I'm sure he went, oh, no, not again. But from the day we left Napa Valley, every single time, and there were thousands of them in the Speedway days, Ken take my call, and he was a mountain of knowledge every time I called him. So first of all, before I get started, I want to thank Ken Clapp because he's been a good friend ever since. Now, as far as the Speedway is concerned, everybody knows it was planned and built on a napkin at the bar at the Imperial Palace. Well, that's true. But the real people that built the Speedway wasn't me. I dreamed it. I'm a great dreamer. Sometimes a great bullshit artist, too, but that's beside the point. But I got to tell you about just a few people. I'll take a few minutes just to tell you about some of the stories of some of the people that really did build it. Mel Larson was one of them. When we started this whole deal, I'd have lunch with Mel every so often, and he'd ask me, how's it going? I said, yeah, it's going all right. I sent letters out to all the Cup drivers. I got kind of one answer back, and I appreciate it, but nothing. And he goes, well, it's time for a road trip. So I'm looking at him, he says, let's go get it known. So Mel and I went to every single Cup track, went to every drag race NHRA track, went to every little podunk track, was nothing, but we had to go to all of them. And he goes, this is the only way you're going to learn, kid, and this is the only way they're going to learn about you. So every track from Bruton Smith to Bill France in Daytona to Tony George in Indy, we went to, and we were on the road for years knocking on doors. And he goes, bring your camera because you're going to take pictures of every toilet. Ask every problem from every driver, every person you run into, and we did for years. And we had notes and millions of photographs. So for that, I can't ever start to thank Mel enough, of course. Then there was people like Michael Gahn in town, right in Vegas. And we were done building the track. Michael comes up and says to me, he says, what are you going to do about money for getting sponsorships for the small races? Everybody can get money for a Cup race, for a national race, all these different races. You want money for these weekly races, not just the average ones, but you do a special show. So we sat down and Michael taught me, he goes, you know, you come up with a special gimmick, go to the city for money, go to the county commissioners, go to these different people, which I never even thought about, hitting these guys up. A little show you can get $100,000 sponsorship from the city. So it's people like Michael that really built the track. And people like him. Right here, Ken introduced me to so many people during it, I can't even begin to tell you how many people. Craig Keough, another honoree tonight, fabulous guy. We're done with the track building. We got to put some landscaping around it. I go, I need some trees and some bushes and stuff. He goes, what are you talking about? He says, I don't know, 3,000-4,000 palm trees to go around all this acreage? And he goes, let me tell you, what are you, crazy? I said, well, here's what I need. He comes out and walks it all with me. He goes, you don't need me. You need to go buy a nursery. So within a week, he goes, come on, we're getting on a plane. We fly down, and what do? We bought a nursery together. He says, whatever you use, take. Whatever we can't use, I'll sell in all my stores. So how can it doesn't charge me a dime for it? How can you thank people like that? They're really the builders of the Speedway. And there's lots of people. I can go on and on all night. But two of the main guys I'd like to tell you about is Bob Bear from New Hampshire Speedway. There's a man who, honestly, out of his pocket, probably had to spend $10 million on me. The last 2 years of the track, he put his entire staff out there, wouldn't let me pay him salary reimbursement, wouldn't let me pay him airfare.
He paid their food. He paid everything. He says, you just pay their rooms and it's okay. I said, Bob, we own a hotel. That's no cost at all. He says, no, you just take care of that. And I don't even know why I like you, kid, but I do. So there's people like that. And I ended up real quick with Ralph Engelstad. I started off, he was my boss. Then we were partners on deals. He was my mentor all along. I was his son-in-law for a little while. That didn't work, but he kept me and threw her out, so it still worked, I guess. But there was guys like that. That's when people really built the Speedway. It was his money that fronted the whole deal from beginning to end. And I get the credit for building it. It was people like on my list that really built it, that I love for helping me out. And it was a great venture. For 10 years I was out there, and it was the best part of my life. And I enjoyed every minute because I met great people and great motorsport people like you folks. Thank you much.
Well, now I'd like to have you turn your attention to our screens as we get ready for our next induction. Our presenter to kick this part off is the great-grandson of Henry Ford, son of Henry Ford II. He was on pit lane when Ford beat Ferrari in Le Mans in 1966, and he was there again when Ford won 50 years later. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Edsel Ford.
Hello, everyone. I'm Edsel Ford, and I'm sorry not to be able to join you this evening at the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame dinner. I'm standing here in the brand new Driven to Win Racing in America exhibit at the Henry Ford Museum in Dearborn, Michigan. It's a 24,000 square foot permanent exhibit here in the museum. And as someone who was involved in the planning of the project from the start, I can't tell you how thrilled we are with the way it came out. It's the most comprehensive and interactive exhibit done on all forms of American racing. And I personally invite you all to come and visit when the next time you're in Michigan. It also seems like an appropriate place to be as I help honor two of my favorite drivers who are being inducted into your Hall of Fame tonight, Tom Gloy and Tommy Kendall. Tom was one of the key drivers for Ford Motor Company as we returned to racing here in North America in the early 1980s. In fact, his SCCA Trans Am Championship in 1984 was the start of road racing dominance by Ford and Lincoln Mercury products for the next 13 years in IMSA and Trans Am. In that championship year, Tom won 3 times, but finished top 5 in 14 of the 16 races. An incredible year. Tom was such a versatile driver, he also ran an IMSA GTP and GTO for us, but also was successful in open wheel, including a Formula Atlantic title early in his career. Just as important, he was a stellar representative for us and the sport off the track, and I'm proud to call him my friend. If Tom Gloy's 1984 championship was the start of our dominance in sports car racing, Tommy Kendall was the other bookend of that dominance. Tommy likes to joke that he was big in the 1990s, but his perseverance after coming off a serious crash at Watkins Glen in 1991 that could have ended his career is more than admirable. After his recovery from the crash, he joined the Roush sports car program and won big races and championships in both IMSA and Trans Am in our Mustangs. Most notably, he won 3 straight SCCA Trans Am championships, including that incredible 1997 season where he won 11 of 13 races. To me, both Tom and Tommy are great role models for young drivers coming up in the sport. With their drive to succeed on the track and their personality and professionalism off the track. We are very proud that they both played such important roles in the history of our Ford sports car racing program. Tom and Tommy, congratulations on this great honor. And congratulations to all of the inductees being honored tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. To induct Tom Gloy into our Hall of Fame here tonight, I'd like to welcome to the stage three-time IndyCar champion, the winner of the 1986 Indy 500, Mr. Bobby Rahal.
Good evening, everyone. This has been a great night. See Rich McDonald up here. His father was one of my heroes growing up as a kid, so it's great to see Dave McDonald get recognized, and all of you as well, you other inductees, congratulations. This is a pretty cool deal. I don't know how you follow Edsel Ford, but I'll try at least. So I met Tom Gloy in May of '75. I was 22 years old, just going into the Formula Atlantic Series, which was at that time considered kind of the series to compete in if you wanted to get to Europe or Formula One or IndyCar or what have you. And I met Tom first race, nice guy. I felt we were comparable, that we were, fellow competitors. I thought he was my age. I found out later that he was actually quite a bit older, but nevertheless, we bonded. And over the years, we were competitors against each other. We were teammates. The thing I enjoyed so much about Tom is that not only was he unafraid to try new things. For example, he drove for Roger Penske, an IndyCar race. He did 3 IndyCar races. In 1980, finished in the top 10 in all 3. He went to Europe and raced in Formula 2, which was considered the next step to Formula 1. Of course, Trans Am, he pretty much would dip his toe in whatever water might be around. And I really liked that because to me the whole idea was to be a big fish in a big pond. And certainly Tom made every effort to do that and was successful at it. I was reading his stats because it's been a while, but I was reading his stats. He was in the top 30% of his races. That's pretty good. And of course won championships, as Edsel said, in Trans Am, and also won some major races in IMSA as well. Of course, then off track he retired, became a team owner, and was very, very successful for Ford in that capacity as well. So I don't want to belabor the point because Edsel said a lot of it, but it was I have to say I was flattered, very pleased, very honored when Tom asked me to come out here and introduce him. And so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Gloy.
Thank you for not using my nickname, Bobby. Yes. Now everybody will wonder, but you're not going to use it anyway. It's such an honor to be here. It's just an amazing to me to be honored or inducted into the West Coast Hall of Fame. Quite an honor to hear those words from Edsel, and especially from Bobby. We've been friends for 45 years. That was a long time ago when we first met. He actually had hair. See, he was nice to me. I don't have to be nice to him. There is one person particularly tonight that I'd like to mention. About 45 years ago, I was trying to decide whether I should stick with a corporate job that I had, and I was racing up and down the West Coast every possible weekend, just like everybody else does, trying to earn credentials, trying to get better. And yet I had this job that was paying well, and I wasn't sure what to do. I was purely an amateur, but I thought maybe I had some ability. So a lady that I worked with knew some guy, and that guy she organized a luncheon with. That literally was 50 years ago. That man was Ken Clapp. We went to lunch, and he talked to me and guided me and convinced me that if you have a dream and if you don't take a chance and you don't go after it, 10 years later, you might look back and say, you know, I regret that I did not do that. And thanks to Ken Clapp, I quit that job. I was real hungry for several years. But because of Ken and because of his wisdom and his time that he took with a young kid, it moved me in a direction that I'm so proud that I was able to go, meet people like Bobby, compete all over the world, literally. And, you know, without that guidance, it never would happen. So a shout out to Ken Clapp. Thank you, Ken. And I want to thank everybody here. Being inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame, West Coast Hall of Fame, is really, really special. And thank you for everybody that's involved. I really appreciate it.
The Justice Brothers were inducted into our Hall of Fame back in 2012. Ed Justice is a broadcaster, a photographer, a journalist, and a historian. Perfect person to bring in Tommy Kendall. Ed?
Thank you very much. I'll borrow a line from Jimmy Carter. I'd like to say something before I start talking. Okay, everybody's still awake. All right, good. No, it's a real honor to be here. Yeah, I mean, how do you follow Edsel? And who gave Edsel my speech, by the way, too? I remember that crash at Watkins Glen with Tommy. Not because I was there, but I was sitting on the couch with my wife watching the race that day when he was driving that Intrepid and had that really serious crash. And all I remember was as they were rolling him on the gurney, he's waving, hey, I'm okay. And it took, what, a year, I think it was, for Tommy to recover, and he came back. And, of course, had a great career. If you're around for racing, like they say in the 90s, you know the name Tommy Kendall. Tommy dominated the SCCA Trans Am Series in the 1990s. I think a lot of people really forget how much he did dominate. You hear names like Mark Donahue and others that were there in the beginning, Parnelli, but guys like Tom Gloy and Tommy Kendall that came along later, for a lot of people, I don't know, for some reason, I don't think they get the respect that they really should. Respect is earned when he captured 4 driving titles in the first 8 years of the decade, 1990, 1995, 1996, and 1997. From 1995 to 1997, while driving a Jack Roush Ford Mustang, he claimed 16 wins, 27 poles in 38 races. In 1997, on his way to his 4th Trans Am title, he scored wins in the first 11 of 13 races that season. I think you could call that domination. His outstanding ability to wheel stock-bodied cars in the Trans Am Series led to offers to drive stock cars. Ultimately, Tommy started in 14 NASCAR Cup Series races between 1987 and 1998. He primarily raced on road courses as a road course ringer, as we all know what those are all about, and scored one top 10 finish, which was 8th at Watkins Glen, the place where his crash was. He came very close to winning the 1991 Banquet Food 300K at nearby Sears Point. He had led 12 laps before cutting a tire with 2 laps to go following a late race collision with Mark Martin. And there's a story behind that, I know, that went on for a long time. Tommy, it's really my honor to induct you into the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame. You're very deserving, and you're a great champion. And, of course, a lot of you have seen him on TV over the years, and he's done a great job representing racing that way.
Well, what a night. First, I'd like to congratulate all the other inductees, but also everybody here who has supported all of those inductees. What's come through is everyone gives more to racing than they take out of it. And when I was inducted into the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America, I reflected on all these things. A lot of people get to the end of their life with all these would-haves and could-haves that they wished had gone different. And as I started reflecting, I realized how many crazy, improbable things had to happen for me to end up where I did. You know, how does a kid from La Cañada, this is before, you know, when there was only 3 magazines, there was no cable TV, there was 2 races a year on TV. I didn't see my first race until I was 13 years old, which was at Sears Point Raceway. And then we had, what if my mom doesn't meet my dad at a photo shoot at UCLA? What if our neighbor isn't into car racing and convinces my dad to go to the Bondurant school? And so all these things that happen, and so I'm known for the sports car stuff, but I had almost a similar number of things that happened that were so improbable in sports cars. Which brings me to, everyone has acknowledged Ken Clapp, but not only what would this Hall of Fame look like, what would racing on the West Coast look like without Ken Clapp? And I don't know how many things the invisible hand guided. I used to call the guys Ken Clapp, Bill France Jr., John Cooper, and Les Richter, the Blue Sport Coat Mafia. And they weren't super warm and effusive, but I could tell they liked me, and they'd give me little tidbits of information. So I don't know, and the number of things they did for me, they did for everybody in this room. So a heartfelt thank you to Ken for taking an interest in all of us. So I went to that first race I watched when I was 13 years old, watched an IMSA race. I think Bobby Rahal was in that race in a 935, actually. And then I went to the Bondurant school when I was 16 years old with my mother, who is here tonight. And she, I think, had dreams that I would use my economics degree from UCLA to do something with the stock market. But she is also proud of that I had a career in stock cars. It's not a big surprise that she had a license plate that said Racy Mom, that she used to drive me to school in. So, but really, even before my sports car career, it was going already, but on the West Coast, Bill Sedgwick, who's a Hall of Fame member, and Wayne Spears had this team, and they were kind of really getting going at that time, and Roman Kalzinski didn't like the road courses. And so I had done a little, Bill Sedgwick knew me from some work he had done with my dad, and he says, hey, do you want to come test this stock car and try to qualify at Riverside? And so this was in 1987. I was 20 years old, and I was like, yeah. I'd only done, most power I'd ever driven in a car was Mazda with 300 horsepower, and so I got in that thing, and holy cow. But we qualified, put it in the show that first year, and then came back the next year and qualified on the first day, and I have a picture of me sitting on the grid. I qualified between Richard Petty and Bobby Allison. We're sitting on the guardrail waiting for driver intros, and so just the things that had to happen. And then that next year, in 88, I signed with Chevrolet for road racing, and next thing I know, I get a call, do you want to drive for Rick Hendrick in the Hendrick R&D car at the Glen? I'm like, yeah. 10 laps to go on a restart, I take the lead from Michael Waltrip. And I remember going up through the S's and looking in that mirror and seeing the entire cup field behind me saying, this is cool. When I got by Michael, the fender was knocked in on the tire, and the guys with new tires were coming, so it wasn't going to end up with a win anyways, but we would have had a good finish there. So that's just one of these crazy things that happened. The next year, Herb Fischel at Chevrolet says, we're going to do a 4-race cup program for you, and we're going to do the road races, and we're going to try to do a couple ovals. And so and Mark Reno is going to do it, and Tony Uri Sr. and Jr. and Dale Sr. is going to be pretty involved. So the first time I ever drove a stock car on an oval, guess who my coach was? Dale Sr. He said, get in the rental car. And we're at North Wilkesboro. And so it's this crazy chain of events. And so even though actually I got to go back to 89, even though I'd won 4 IMSA championships already, leading those few laps in the Cup, I'd never been recognized anywhere in my life in public, right? Right after that race, I go to Road Atlanta, race the Trans Am car. At 7 the next morning, knocking on my hotel room, I open and the police are there. And he says, you got to move your truck. And I said, I don't have a truck. He says, yeah, you do. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a truck. He says, well, it's got your name on it. And I said, oh, the race truck, right. I said, I don't drive that. But and he says, wait a second. Are you the kid that led at the Glen last week? I said, yeah. He goes, don't worry about it. And so stock cars, even though I only did 14 races, led to some of the experiences I'm most proud of. 30 years ago in a couple days is the 1991 Cup race here at Sears. Kyle Petty got hurt at Talladega, broke his leg. I get a call from Felix Sabates. Who gets a call from Felix Sabates? Crew chief is Gary Nelson. Card chief is Robin Pemberton. And they said, we're going to win this race. And I said, oh, okay. And we were quick in all the practices. And so 1990, Dale had overseen my program. And I was the first person besides him to drive his Busch car. He says, you got to call Teresa and ask permission. I said, what do you mean? He says, you have to call, Teresa's the car owner of that car. I said, you're kidding, right? He says, no. You're going to call Teresa. You're going to say this. She's going to say, okay, but you have to follow the rules. I said, yes, sir. So, and he had me speak to Dale Jr., who was 15, about staying in school because I was going to UCLA at the time. And I think the major rift in Dale Sr.'s life with his father was dropping out of school in 9th grade, and his dad never saw him succeed. And so we had this bond where I looked up to him like everybody did, but he looked up to me in a weird way. He had me accept an award for him out in California once. I said, I'm not sure you want me to do that. I said, I'm going to tell everyone what a nice guy you are and how big a heart you have. He says, don't you dare, because that was bad for the image. But so that set me up for 91. And so I get the call from Felix. We come here. I was quick all the way through practice, and Dale Sr. calls me to his hauler, and he hadn't been running with us. He says, talk me through the gears. What are you using everywhere? I told him, and so forth. I think I was second, third, fourth in all the practice. He goes out and puts the Goodwrench car on the pole, and I qualified 5th. And my brother just posted a video today of me dicing with Dale Sr. Early in that race, and I tried him, finally got on the outside of turn 7. And I've seen that 1,000 times, and it just still gives me goosebumps that I've kind of chosen to live this life. So, and then the Mark Martin story. At the end of that race, I was leading, pretty good lead. They weren't going to catch me if the caution doesn't come out when Richard Petty crashed, but it did. And on the restart, Mark was coming on fresher tires, and so we got together there. Coming off 7, coming into 7, he was trying to hold me down, and he gave me a big door slam. And I have to tell you, if someone does that, it's they're owed. And so coming off the corner, I knew I probably couldn't keep it down on the bottom. But I said, I'm certainly not going to just let him drive around the outside of me. And so I got loose, got into the back end, turned him. He ended up in the barrier, and it took the valve stem off, and I lost the lead with 2 laps to go. And that's when the Ricky Rudd, Davey Allison incident happened, the only time they've ever overturned a finish, I think. But so that's coming up in a couple days. Mark, subsequent to that, became my teammate at Roush for 5 years. In 5 years, we won 2 Daytona 24 hours together. It was never spoken of. It was never alluded to. It was never. And someone finally suggested we should get on a podcast together and air it all out. And we've been good friends since, but it had never been spoken about. But we kind of talked about all that. And so anyways, I know you guys have been here for a long time. I wanted to share a little bit of fun stories. Before I go, when I went back east, there was a pride of being from the West Coast. So let's hear it for the West Coast stock car folks. And the final thing, I guess, a lot of people say, where did your confidence come from? And my wife here, Caroline, who it's coming up on 37 years since I met her, and she has halted her aging, so it looks like I have a much younger wife than I do. But from the time I met her, it's like a switch was flipped. And then with a family that was so supportive, you hear people say, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And I thought about it. I said, that's how I felt my whole life, with the kind of support I had from my mom and my wife, my brothers and my dad. So thank you all for putting up with all of us. Thank you for supporting us. God bless, and God bless America.
One to go. I'd like to bring up for our final introduction and our final induction here tonight, the presenter, the three-time USAC Silver Crown champion, a member of the National Sprint Car Hall of Fame and the USAC Hall of Fame. Please welcome Jimmy Sills.
Thank you, Ralph. You know, originally I wasn't going to be here because my wife made arrangements to go to Indianapolis and watch the 500, and then we're going to Minnesota to see her family. But we ended up going to Indianapolis, and in the meantime, I get a call from Tommy Hunt, and he says, George Snider's going into the Hall of Fame, and we'd like you to be the presenter. I went, I am so there. So my wife, Cheryl, she made plane reservations and changed my flight, and I got home, and so here I am. And so I'm gonna talk about my friend George Snider. We also know him as Ziggy, and people are probably wondering how he ever got that name. Well, I can tell you how he didn't get that name, from his racing line, because he did a lot of racing and drove a lot of Indy cars with little or no practice, and there was no time for zig, no time for zagging. And so George had it down. He knew to keep his elbows down and the throttle down and don't screw up, because he drove cars that were no wings, no ground effects, no downforce, and very little tire patch. And he had to go out there and drive that thing around there. Most of the time he didn't have much practice, because he ran this, came to Indianapolis usually the second week of qualifying. Didn't have a ride because he was out making his living driving sprint cars and midgets and Silver Crown cars. And so somebody would always have a car. Matter of fact, AJ, most of the time, have a car that they were going to use as a backup car, and it was sitting in the garage. So they'd hire George to go out there and white knuckle it for 4 laps and get it in the show. Now, I say white knuckling, but I can't see George being that tense in the car, because that gets back to Ziggy. And he actually got the name Ziggy from the cartoon character in the newspaper. And that was because he's always so laid back and never got excited or nervous. And so I can see him out there just concentrating, getting the job done, and putting it in the show. George qualified for the Indy 500 22 times. He's only one of 7 drivers who qualified 20 consecutive times, and that's quite an accomplishment. On bump day, George's stock went up higher than General Motors, because everybody was looking for a guy to put in their car and get it in the show. His rookie year, he drove the Gearhart Offie, qualified 3rd quick, put it on the front row outside. Not bad for your first time in the car. He out-qualified people like A.J. Foyt. I'll bet that went over well. Parnelli Jones, Gordon Johncock, Jackie Stewart, and Graham Hill. He raced for the lead, got in a tangle with Chuck Hulse, and that ended his race for that day. times weren't always good for George, just like all of us when we're starting off. You know, you don't stay in the nicest places. And I know that George had a time where he was driving for a guy named Bill Easton in Indianapolis and actually had a pig for a roommate. And I'm not talking about somebody that was messy. It was a pig. And his name was Arnold Ziffel. And so that's some of the things you got to do when you're getting started. Then things got better for George. 1970, he won the USAC Sprint Car Championship. And that's before roll cages, before power steering, before full-face helmets. George was tough. He also won the 71 Silver Crown Series. 81 and 82, he won the Gold Crown Series, which was for big cars, and it was dirt and pavements except for the 500. 1975 took a turn for the worse. George was in a horrendous sprint car crash at Winchester Speedway, and if you've ever been to Winchester, it's scary just to watch him go around there. And George left the racetrack and broke both arms, actually had an eye injury from going through the trees on his way to a landing. And so A.J. Foyt got some surgeons down in Houston and got George's arms all put back together. But George still had a little bow in his arms. And so one day we were eating lunch at the Union Jack Pub in Indianapolis with the late Dave Steele. And Dave was kind of a healthy guy and did a lot of running and training. And waitress comes up and George orders his usual hamburger. And she says, "Would you like lettuce and tomato on that hamburger?" And he says, "Nope. As a matter of fact, if that anything red or green touches that plate when you come back," he says, "I don't want it." So the waitress left, and Dave says, "You know what, George? You ought to eat a little more healthy." He says, "You ought to eat more vegetables." And George says, "Well, I'm doing just fine." He says, "All that red meat," he says, "you could end up with gout." George says, "Well, gout, what's that going to do to me?" And Dave says, "Well, it starts with your arms starting to bow up. That's the first sign." But I don't think George changed his eating habits after that day. I noticed he didn't eat a salad tonight. So I started driving for George. We were at Springfield one day, and this is a kind of guy George is. I was driving Gary Stanton's car, and we go out and practice, and it's burning the ends off the spark plugs. We change spark plugs, and he changes the ignition box, and we go back out. It's burn them off again. So he tells me, he says, he says, "If you want to race today," he says, "you probably ought to go find another ride." So I know George was kind of driving less, and so I went down and I says, "George," I says, "you feel like racing today?" He says, "Why is that?" And I said, "Well, Stanton's car isn't going to make it, and I need a ride because I'm leading points." And George, the guy he is, says, "Climb in there." And so the seat was a little big, and we bent it in on him as much as we could and went out and raced and kind of set our friendship up. And actually, I drove for Dave Calderwood in Bakersfield, and so George came over to the shop, and a lot of times we'd go for breakfast and got to know each other pretty well. And finally, Gary Stanton didn't want to run all the races with Silver Crown, so he says, he says, "If you want to run for that championship," he says, "you better find something else." So one day George calls me up and he says, "Hey, you want to drive my car for next season?" I says, "Oh, hell yes." Because we were pretty good on dirt, but George had a really good pavement car. So we got together and we had some good races. We won at Sacramento and Eldor and Indy Fairgrounds, and finally, George fired me because I had damaged a couple of cars leading up to that. Not my fault. What's that? No, different one. I damaged some pavement cars, and it wasn't really my fault, but I was sitting in them at the time. So it was kind of my responsibility to bring it back George kind of expected it to come back in some reasonable shape. So we go to Knoxville. I go, all right, half-mile dirt track. This is my night to shine. And we go out there, and car's a little tight. The cushion's real deep, and it won't turn. And so I'm trying to get the thing to turn, and I get to turn 2, and finally the front end stuck and the back end turned loose, and I spun out. So now I got to restart in the back, and we get the green flag, and we go down into turn 1. Everybody's bunched up, and they're not going near as fast as we were up in the front when I spun out. So I'm dodging cars and getting through there, and they're scattered all across the racetrack. Finally get up there, and somebody tags the right front, and I spin out again. So George comes on the radio, just bring the effer in. I can't bring it in now. Technically, I've spun twice in the same lap. I got to be a team player and redeem myself and the team. So I get back out there and just act like the radio doesn't work. And so I'm coming up through the traffic, and the cushion's getting bigger, and we're getting tighter. Finally, I go into turn 3, and where the Jacobs ladder is mounted in the frame, it tore out of the frame rail. Car drops on the right rear, right front climbs a wall, and I go upside down. So I get out of the car, and there's Gary Lee coming over because it's a ESPN race. It's got all his floodlights, and he comes up and he says, Jimmy, you're walking pretty slow out of that wreck. He says, are you okay? And I says, no, I'm walking pretty slow because I'm pretty sure I'm fired when I get back to the trailer. So George didn't fire me that night. He waited until he hired somebody else, and then he called me Monday and told me I was out of there. So George has been a great friend. He's a great driver, mechanic. Oh, another thing, when I first went to Indianapolis, we ran into Jackie Howerton, and he says, you know something, Sills? He says, with you joining George's team, he says, you have dropped the average age to 72. And I got thinking about it. I go, yeah, Claire, he was in his 80s, and George, he wasn't that much older, but okay. So I got thinking, and I'm driving for the Golden Guys. There's nothing wrong with that because they knew how to put a race car together. They knew how to set it up. But at that time, there was a lot of guys that were starting to do pit stops on the pavement races so they could run a little bit softer tire. Pit stop for us ain't happening. So anyway, they made a great car. We had a lot of fun. I'm honored to be able to be here and present George Snider, and great driver, great mechanic, great team owner. George, come on up.
Well, thanks a lot, Jimmy. I'd like to say, Ken, you've got a hell of a deal going here. You're doing a great job, and I'm really proud to be an honoree in this. I didn't really start racing going around in circles. I was a drag racer for a while. In 1958, I drove a dragster for Ernie Hashem, and some of you people probably heard of him. He was really a great guy, and I did that for a while, and then I started running go-karts, and I did that for a while, and moved on to hard tops at Kearney Bowl and San Jose and Atascadero and Clovis, and raced with Howard and Herb and Marshall and Al and all them guys, And I was a young kid then. Hell, I was only 21 years old. And those guys were a little older, but but anyway, I had a pretty good season in 1963. I won 11 races in a row, and I got I got to be real close with the promoter at Fresno, Harold Merle, and he actually got me hooked up with Fred Gerhardt. And Fred come along one day and asked me if I would be interested in driving an Indy car. Well, this is when they had roadsters. I said, yeah, I'd try it. I'd try anything once. So we put the thing together. He said, the car was wrecked at the time. He says, if you fix the car, you can drive it. I said, okay. So I started banging away on the thing and straightened up the fuel tank and all that, and went down to Hanford and tried it and stuff, and it was all right. I liked it. So we went to Phoenix and ran it, and we did all right for the first time out and everything. So came back home, and I ran the Phoenix race, came back home, and Fred decided he wanted to build some rear engine cars. So it just happened at the time A.J. Foyt's car was going to George Bignotti's up around here somewhere. And Andy was bringing it through town. And he stopped at Fred's and he says, I got to go over to the motel and sleep for a while. Fred's a pretty sharp guy. So when they parked the car at Fred's shop, Fred automatically gets a bunch of architects out there and they start doing he had a Lotus. They start doing all the blueprints of it. And pretty soon, about, I don't know, 6 months later, we had a Fresno Lotus. And they were really good cars. And Phil Casey was the mechanic on them, and Fred Diorian was the other mechanic on them. And then from there, I kind of went to driving whatever I could. I got with Agajanian, and I drove his car for the rest. When Parnelli quit, I drove it after him. And back then, there wasn't a whole lot of rear engine cars around, so I had to run a championship dirt car on the pavement and everything for the rest of that season, which was all right. I mean, it was pretty good. But Fred Gerhardt was a really smart man. He every piece on that car that we built, Phil and Fred and a fellow named Tommy Kopp was a machinist. They built by hand, so that was an all-American car when that thing was finished. But that was about that and that. But another guy I'd like to really thank, and he's a member of this, is Frank Seacrest. He loaned me $400 to buy one of my hardtops one time, and I really thank him for that. But other than that, and then after that I went and AJ babysat me for 15 or 20 years. So anyway, and my wife, she put up with me for, I don't know, a long time. Huh? So anyway, yo. Thanks. I ain't got no more.
Well, that's it. I know it's been a long night. We had 2 classes we had to get in. We really appreciate you folks hanging in there. I think it was a special night in a lot of ways. Some great stories and some legends all into the Hall of Fame. Next year should be half the time as we get back to the normal world, right? Enjoy the races this weekend. I'm Ralph Sheheen. See you next year.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2. Fully ready. Yeah, just a quick. Well, we're here at the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame on MAV TV. A great combined ceremony. 20 inductees and Ken Clapp at the helm of all of it. And I just want to touch on real quickly, you got an award yourself, and what did that mean to you?
Everything. Everything. Just fabulous. You know, I appreciate, I've got such a great crew and staff, and some of them are pro bono volunteers. But I could not do this without them. Absolutely could not do it.
And we're sitting here after this awesome ceremony. Again, 20 inductees, and it was a fast-paced ceremony, a lot of great stories, and we got it done, and a sense of normalcy almost to have this done. It must feel great to get all 20 of these people inducted.
Well, it ran a little long, but we knew it would. Next year it'll be much shorter if we don't have COVID again, which God forbid we might, but I'm proud of everybody, and I'm proud to be associated with this group and so many old friends. I saw people tonight I hadn't seen in 50 years. So wonderful, just wonderful.
And the last thing I wanted to ask you about was this event has always been about giving back, the philanthropy. We saw that really tonight with the award that Carlos gave to Mike Kerr, but that's always been a big part of this event, and that continues tonight.
Well, it's a great platform. I wish we'd have thought of it 20 years ago, but we didn't really start spreading our wings like we have until about 5 years ago. And I'm serious. I'm shooting for $1 million in the next 3 years. And I think we'll reach it. So thank you.
Well, it was a great 2020 and 2021 West Coast Stock Car and Motorsports Hall of Fame banquet. Ken Clapp, thanks again for all that you do.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you for doing that.